Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Wampleville. Welcome back to the high seas because this is kind of our new version of Armada Mondays here. We're going to be doing another ship here. This was Enterprise. We did this earlier this month. Well, actually, 11 days ago to be precise. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Oh, geez, I guess I forgot to shoot you a message saying, hey, we're going. But very different class of carrier here. These are the Saratoga slash Lexington class. Very different design here. You got the big stack, the telltale giant stack. That's kind of the easiest way to tell different classes. And of course, here, speaking of different classes, we have ourselves a South Dakota ship. Hey there, Landrast. Yeah, sorry about that, Armor Wolf. It's been just kind of a weird, crazy day today. That's for sure. Now, in addition to all the other stuff, well, that was the other thing last night. Was that well, basically almost like a podcast thing that I have to do that lasted for 4.5 hours. I did get a whole bunch of miniatures prepped, especially the new Arnor stuff. So this is the thing you'll be seeing later on this week. So that's what I was prepping there. No problem, Landras. We're just getting underway, right? Just getting started here. We're going to do the same thing that we did on those other ones. Going to start doing some of our lighter, dry, brushy stuff. Now, of course, South Dakota's going to have a little bit of a dazzle scheme on it there. A little bit of camo. Here, let's get we got the Radiant Indigo, as I call it. Not Radiant Indigo, but I like to call it that. And we're just going to get that right alongside here. Again, nothing terribly fancy about all this. Yeah, let's get the edge of the flight deck too. So sorry about that, Armored Wolf. Yeah, just trying to kind of keep things rolling here. Didn't get a chance to start up any new prints. At least I was able to clean them up. I do have, well, you can't really see much, but I have a whole bunch of the rats printed out here. And actually, I have a whole bunch of really tiny rats, essentially for basing. Titan Forge, actually, well, they do a lot of nifty terrain, and yeah, they did a whole bunch of little tiny rats, which will be fine for other things too, not just for Skaven bases. Let me just try and sneak in as much of this as I can down here. Yeah, the way these sponsons are laid out, everything very, very different. Of course, the Lexington slash Saratoga class, where the hulls were actually battle cruiser hulls that were converted right around the time of the Washington Naval Treaty, because they would be far less tonnage as aircraft carriers, and they also wouldn't affect the battleship tonnage. So that's why they don't have the hurricane bow of, say, like the Essex class that came later, because that's pretty much essentially a battleship bow that they had. It is interesting to see the 5-inch gun mounts on here, as opposed to, I think the original, what were they, the 8-inch guns or whatever. Hey there, Deck Knight. It's been a little while. Great to see you again there, Deck Knight. Hope that you're doing really well. Gonna, again, keep working this in here. Oh, this time around, another little experiment here. I mixed the Prussian blue hue ink with the with the Stynylrez primers, kind of a combination of black, gray, and that. I think actually it's still wet in here. Yeah, can actually see what it looks like in there. I'm actually going to try and do a tutorial video on doing that, mixing up the inks with the Stynylrez, just as a little bit of a test to see what the opaques do. Originally, I was going to try it on a bunch of different figures that maybe would have a more appropriate color to them or something, and I thought, no, be better if all of the miniatures were the same color, and then we could see if there's any difference in the coverage of the primer. So a little bit more of a controlled experiment there. So Deck Knight, happy Monday to you. Now I'm gonna ditch the pre-war stripe here, and we're not doing that. Yeah, let's go here. We'll try to do some of the deck markings that you see in the reference on the lower right hand corner. Deck Knight, I think it might be just as hot here as it is there. Ironically enough, it could possibly even be hotter, unless you guys are having like 100 degrees or something there. Let me move our Enterprise off to the side just to get that out of the way. Gonna scare up some more of our indigo mix here. And away we go. Now, we're not looking to do any kind of precise shading right now or anything like that. Boy, you can really see just how squat the South Dakotas were versus the Iowas that came later. The superstructure, the Citadel, kind of looks pretty much the same. But this is the dead giveaway here for sure. I'm pretty sure your Iowa class had at least an extra 30, 40 feet or something like that of extended bow to increase the speed and allow for the 16-inch guns. So Deck Knight, and I'm pretty sure that whole it's a dry heat thing is just like, yeah, you come on out here and see just how dry it is. I mean, I know there is a difference. You know, the humidity it does matter, but sometimes that's no consolation, right, Deck Knight? Well, that's right. We will be going, I think, we'll be going with the dark turret tops on this. Yeah, we'll have to go with the dark turret tops on that. No problem. We can make that change there. I guess it's just going to be absolutely insane everywhere. I don't know if it's super hot up there, Armored Wolf. I think it was the other day, unless it was just hot for Alaska. Now, those are obviously different things, right? You know what? I'm just going to say the heck with this little knob here. Wasn't quite able to do anything with that, so we're just going to snip you off there. Same thing with you. Yeah, right, Deck Knight. After that, does it really matter? It's kind of like, well, let's see. You're on fire. Is it white hot or is it red hot? Either way, you're still on fire. Yeah, just trying to pop in something here, and then we'll be doing some of our glazy stuff onto this as well, like we did on the other ones. So that's, again, just a little mix of the ice blue, that's from Richardson, and the indigo. Actual indigo. Okay. Now I'm just gonna give me here we go. A different filbert. We will start doing something like this with the Prussian blues. Then we'll get some of our phthalo green into that as well. Maybe even a little bit of the perline black. We don't want a ton of paint here. That's, well, hence the whole dry brushing, right? Less is more. More is way too much. Oh, and by the way, this is sculpted water effect here. This is not You can see I'm not just painting this on, there's an actual sculpted texture there. Just like we did here. So you can see it's an actual sculpted texture. It gets hard to see once we do have a whole bunch of paint there, ironically enough, right, Nurgle Matthew? How you doing there, Nurgle Matthew? Great to see you. Happy Monday to you, Nurgle Matthew. Alright, now we're going to work some of our turquoise in here. And then we'll do the same on Lex. So Nurgle Matthew, hopefully your Monday did not have an excessive amount of Monday in it. Mondays, what is that? All things in moderation. I do believe that phrase came about when they were talking about Mondays. I don't think they. I don't think that meant things like medicine or ice cream. I think that was. I think they were just talking about Mondays and nothing else. So again, we're going to work in some of the turquoise here, where we have the break in the water there. Out here, that's actually going to be more of a, well, an indigo, as you might imagine. All right, and we'll start to work some of our later stuff into that. Like this. It's back to South Dakota here. Boy, these already look so different. What, 10 minutes in? It's pretty wild to see the difference it can make so quickly. We need to get that. That churn does need to be pretty light. So even this, it looks very light on there. This is essentially a mid-tone. Yeah, it's not even the lightest light. It's not even close. Okay, we're getting now. You can start to see, right, the influence of where our ship is. Here we go again. Same thing. And again, well, you can really see the difference. When you look at how the whole of this is shaped. I mean, it's clearly a battle cruiser hull shape. This kind of longer, narrower shape like this. Back to our lighter stuff again. Make sure we get that down in there. Let that have a chance to mix with what's out here. Yeah, you can see it. It starts to happen pretty quickly, right? Green Fairy Studios, how you doing there? So Green Fairy Studios, as promised, it's our it's our new version of Armada Mondays. I have some of the other files. I don't know if Texas is part of this set of files, but I know that Portland is, and a few other cruisers. We'll try to get those printed out. I might actually try to get some of the Japanese files next, because well, as much as I love my Regia Marina, haven't actually had a chance to ever, like even the Cruel Sea stuff, I didn't get a chance to paint any of the Japanese ships. So we might do that. I think I might actually just go after some very select files. I really want to, well, like Fuso, Issei, Congo, the kind of those classic ones. Those are the ones I'm after right away. And no, not Yamato or Musashi. I wonder if he's. Oh, I have to look and see if he did Shinano. I have a 1/700 scale Shinano, which of course would have been the third Yamato class of battleship, but they turned that into an aircraft carrier, not very successfully. How you doing there, Blades? Blades, I hope that your stream was really fun tonight. Everybody please give Blades81 a follow. And of course, Blades, thanks again for having me on the program yesterday, or last night I guess I should say. that was I think people got a lot out of that, wouldn't you say, Blades? I think you could say there was a wee bit of know-how and knowledge that was bouncing around in that particular Discord thing there. I think it's safe to say that. Yeah, and you can start to see the lightness here. It says it's kind of one of the bones dragons, right? So you don't so the wings are they have a little bit of flex to them. You don't have to quite worry about well anything snapping off. Hopefully, let me get again some of this lighter stuff back in again. It's nowhere near our lightest light. We'll just kind of for now sort of focus on the water. Then we'll get to some of our glazy things on the superstructures of our ships. While that's setting, then we'll go back to the water, so you can already see the difference that starts to make there. Yeah, Blades. It was really neat that Goobs could join us. What about halfway through? Maybe 2/3 of the way through. Actually, Blades. Monster Den's gonna have to save that as a highlight. And well, you can also download the footage of it. So Blades, that could actually be turned into some kind of a YouTube vid or something like that. And who knows, maybe well, a little bit less, a little bit less about the oh, what was that? The ghost moment or something like that. Maybe not so much about that, but some of the more knowledge-based, information-based segments. Maybe that could be turned into a YouTube vid. And again, since you had a interesting collection of folks there with their different skills and experiences, knowledge, and such, that could be very interesting. Oh, hey, Green Fairy. Oh, you know what? These are so Armored Wolf. I don't know if you would mind if you would mind posting the gambling link there for Green Fairy to see. So so Armored Wolf spotted. Oh gosh, what is it? As Gamlin is making, I don't think I have it up on screen anymore. So maybe I do. Maybe well, I think I can look at it this way. Maybe we can look at it this way here. 1 second. I might be able to find it this way here. Okay, so it's the Reclaimed Earth color set. It's 3 colors, and it's basically made of slag. Yeah. So if Armored Wolf sent me a link to that, and it just looked really, really intriguing. So yes, that's actually on the way here. Hey there, Action Surge. How you doing? Nice to see you again. So yeah, Green Fairy Studios. Those are actually on the way here. Yes, they are on the way. We'll see what they can do. Will they just be another kind of like the Mars colors? We'll see. Something tells me that's kind of where they're at. All right. Oh, I also got some of the Sculpey air dry clay. So there's some Sculpey air dry clay that's on the way here too. We've obviously used the Daz air dry clay a bunch of times. I thought maybe we'll give this other stuff a try, the Sculpey stuff a try. Oh, Action Surge! I hope that you can still have fun doing that, right? Obviously, sometimes the contest it can be a little stressful trying to get the stuff done. Oh, hey Blades, would you want to maybe share your diorama that you did that we all love so much? And of course, Green Fairy, if you want to share, I saw your painted Carnival buildings, and of course those were looking super sensational. So if you wanted to share those, please go ahead and do that, because it'd be really nifty. So there it is. There's the link to Dick Blick again. Was that the reclaimed Earth pigments? Landdress is back. So Landdress, yeah, we just been doing the dry brushy stuff, kind of to get things underway here. So yeah, Green Fairy, it really is looking sensational. And Landdrast, I can understand why he didn't do an interior on the steam tank, because it's just really, really hard to figure out a way for, well, folks to be able to see that, right? So I'm not surprised that he did not include that. It sort of makes sense. Now, again, you can see that little bit there already makes a big difference. You know, no. Let's just hit this first here. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Blades just shared, and everybody, please give Blades a follow. So yeah, Blades, maybe suggest to Monster Den. Well, for sure, because I don't know. You know, it seems like most folks don't save their sessions as highlights. So definitely save that one, and then eventually you can download the video and then turn that into something fun. Hey there, Erdemichael. I wonder, it might be almost as toasty there as it is here. Let me look at this reference here. Okay, so maybe not so much of the wood texture there. We'll maybe let that be more sedate there. In the meantime, I'm going to take this. So that's our, speaking of Mars colors, some of our Mars black. We'll just kind of hit the top of this stack right here, because we know what that's going to do. So yeah, Blades, that was super fun. I mean, it really, really, really was, and I think a lot of folks were able to get something out of that for sure. Nah, that's just too much of the kind of tan-ish type color there. I'm going to go a little further with our not radiant indigo here. There we are. So yeah, Blades, again, sorry about all the craziness with Discord there. It was just so bizarre. It's like, I know the internet's working, because yeah, I wouldn't be able to send you messages if internet wasn't working. There we go. Get back to the sponsons again. Back here towards the stern. Get some of our superstructure up here. These turrets down here. I don't think anybody does a 3D printable version of this that would have the 8-inch guns on it. Obviously, somebody that can do some digital sculpting, or even just, I guess, I don't know, Tinkercad or something like that, could probably be able to scare up something like that. I'm actually going to let that hit here a little bit too. On that flight deck. Indigo. Some of this, maybe now a little touch of the thinner there. I kind of need to get a little bit more of my light going down here, even though that, well, is in shadow. And blades, there was a ton of miniatures that got prepped while I was doing that. Do we have Rottweiler in the house? Who let the dogs out? Or at least this specific dog. How you doing there, Rottweiler? Great to see you again. Everybody please give Rottweiler a follow. So, Rottweiler, I saw you were still, I still saw Calgar in the name of the poster, so I'm guessing still Smurfs. Well, we have some blue stuff here. A little different kind of blue. We've got ourselves Lexington and South Dakota here, which are same guys that did our anniversary of Midway / D-Day celebration there of Enterprise and Arizona. So same folks, same 1/1800 scale. Oh, yeah, let's get the later stuff over here. So Rottweiler, how you doing? And of course, Rottweiler, you want to share anything in the chat, as always, please go ahead and do that. So yeah, I really will. I'll get a few specific Japanese shit, and then I will get something like, I think I'm going to either go for like the whole Regia Marina pack, because hello, we have to have our Regia Marina. We need our barbershop navy, of course. Back to some of our lighter stuff here. Just to hit these, we got some of the Beauforts. You got your 5-inch turrets here, and of course we have ourselves a wee bit of dazzle to paint on here. Well, let's not snap off Mr. Crane there. There we go. Okay. I'm looking at that crane really starting to bounce around. I said, yeah, maybe we don't want to just snap that thing right off of there. And then now what we'll do is we'll get our glazy stuff on here while that sets. Then we'll get back to our water effect. And again, that's not painted on. There's an actual texture there. Now let's work this up this way a little bit. Okay. Let me throw a little bit of my center on that, get that paint out of there. What are we going to use for doing our glazy stuff? I might even just use this thing here. Nothing terribly fancy here. Just a little bit of antique brown, some of the indigo. Just breaking this down here. Nope, more of our thinner. I think we got kind of a right amount there. Gonna grab me some more of that. Some more here. More of our it's going to combine. Well, even a little bit of the Mars black is going to get in there too, I think. Plus the indigo. A little combination of of each one there. And remember the tops of our turrets there. We have to get that recognition dark blue on the top of them. indigo, some of the Mars black. That just kind of neutralizes it so it's not too blue. Hey there, Stretch Pretzel. Nice to see you again. Happy Monday to you. Hopefully your Monday didn't have too much Monday in it. Yeah, we'll let that also get into there too. Let's just make sure we're getting all the way to the base of the Citadel here. So again, the indigo, little Van Dyke brown, plus some of the Mars black too. Yeah, we'll get some of that down there, and maybe here we'll hit this before we get to all of the water. And just sort of unifies all that stuff. So these again are 1/1800th scale. Yeah, he's got pretty much just every fleet you can imagine. He has the British underwater navy, also the Japanese underwater navy. Yeah, let me get some of that scooped up there. So you are gonna set Lexington now. Same exercise going to happen over here. Thinner, blammo. Our 5-inch turrets there. And they were letting it mix, because why not? Same thing there. Stretch Pretzel was bouncing around trying to do a million different things. I at least finally was able to get one of our Twitch sessions edited. It's rendering now. I wonder if is it done? It might actually be all done now. I was able to get some pictures of the done landings again. That's just a tiny sampling. Those are up on the up on the Instagram page there. Now, actually, Armored Wolf, I finally at least was able to do some rudimentary pictures with the Baron of Dice. So, Stretch Pretzel, hopefully your painting went very well. Yeah, let's let's hit this in here. That's okay. A bit of a boat deck right there. And remember, these this is a battle cruiser hull, and you can really see it here, especially on the bow here. You can really see that. And the long, narrow, and even the stern here, very much like your typical battle cruiser of the era. So Armored Wolf, I don't know if you notice those those square. Boy, sorry, I'm gonna take a drink of something here. Sorry about the voice. It is really being being very rough there. Not sure what the heck is going on. Let me see if I can get. Yeah, I might just use this right here. Now, while that stuff sets, we were talking about this, right? Now we're going to try to get into some of our later stuff here. No, that brush not going to work. We'll ditch this one and see if we can find one that's a little bit more intact. Need something that's got a little better point on it than that one. So we'll maybe try this one over here, and we'll see how that works. More of our fast matte white into that, I think. And now we're going to try to lighten this up. I think I want to actually get a little bit more of the turquoise in there. So we're probably going to drop in some phthalo green on this as well. So yeah, basically those little plastic squares or cubes, obviously meant for basically for jewelry. But I think they're basically 2 by 2 by 1 or something like that, or 2 by 2 by 3/4. And they actually work out really well, especially because of Instagram, right? It wants square pictures instead of horizontal. And taking a picture of a group of miniatures in a square format, well, essentially impossible. This sort of makes it impossible because you just basically go straight up. Okay, that's not supposed to be there. We'll just wipe that away. So again, starting to work in the sum of our later stuff here in our ship's wake. Let's get to some of the churn here, start to lighten some of that up. Should be able to see the difference between this and our south. Oh yeah, yep, you can definitely see that. And thanks, Stretch Putzel. That was something I really wanted to portray. Then the whole Creebane imagery there, since I want to have so many Creebane in the army itself. So that was actually a very important element that I was really hoping could carry through and show through. And then it was fun to do that on the cloaks. And then of course, well, we have the Rohan freehand, right, on their shields to indicate who it is that's well, laying on the ground. Again, starting to get a little bit of something lighter there. Nowhere near our lightest light, of course. Let me get now into some of that phthalo green in here. Not a ton of it, just a little bit, and also is going to help with a little bit of wet blending here, as you can see. It doesn't just change the color, it's also kind of part of the blending process here. And that's another change from how it was looking before, and then we're going to darken that down too. Yeah, Stretch Pretzel, it's, well, less is more and more is way too much, right? Usually, like weathering and such, that's one of the areas where it's usually stressed. Maybe don't go too crazy with stuff like weathering. A little bit's okay. A whole lot kind of just overwhelms stuff, right? There's some of our seafoam green in there. Now we have to try and get some of our darker stuff back in there, and that will mean then a little bit more of our wet blending. Prussian blue. Maybe even some of the phthalo here. Maybe a little bit more of the Prussian. Even a tiny little bit of our indigo there. And let's see what happens with that. It's just about, I think, what we were looking for. Right there. Might even go a little darker on top of that, but for now, let's just roll with this here. Yeah, okay, that's starting to break into these waves here. Yeah, Stretch Pretzel, there's even some videos. Now, of course, they're probably acrylic vids right now. But I actually have painted hippogriff. Now, I also have a whole bunch of printed ones. Even some that I recently printed. We'll probably do some of those as tutorial vids. We'll do some of them on the channel here. So I've got multiple hippogriffs painted. Back to this. You just shove some of that out of the way there. And this is not super dark. We're just trying to kind of break up this a little more. Again, also get a little bit of blending into that. I think I've got the Highland Miniatures one printed out. I probably have the Titan Forge printed out. I was printing out the Titan Forge Skaven. And then I printed up a whole bunch of teensy little rats, also from Titan Forge. Now let's see what we can do out here on this. You can see just how much lighter, right, that is, and then see we're gonna start to work in some much darker stuff. Now we'll head over maybe to some indigo and maybe even a little bit of our perylene black too. No Stretch Pretzel. They're 3D printable ones. So again, from Titan Forge and from Highland Miniatures. Oh yeah, there's our indigo. Look at that. Nice and juicy and dark. Again, this is our regular water here, right, that our ship's going to be kind of cutting through there. Here we are. Let's do this. More the indigo again. Along here. Like that. Back to the Prussian blue. Little bit of the indigo. I'm going to try and work in just a little touch of some of that dark in a few places here to interrupt the wave breakage here. On our starboard side. Especially the further we get away from the ship too, I want to make sure I have some of that dark there. By the way, we're 44 minutes in. That's it. Yes, all of 44 minutes to do this with our fabulous oil paints. Again, breaking into a few areas of this here. No, that's too much of the whole core there. Okay. So you can see as we get closer to the edge of our base here, and what's nice about these is that I can make the bases as wide as I feel like, which means we get to see a little bit more of our fabulous water effects. That was always and I realize it's a game system and such, so there's going to be different parameters there, but the Armada ships from Mantic, sometimes there was virtually nothing. I mean, the base was almost 100% filled by the actual ship itself. Fast Matt Void again here. I don't know, let me go with it being, okay, so yeah, since it's thicker, it's actually going to stick a bit better there, and this sort of a semi-dry brush. Look at this again, it's starting to almost be like a miniature filbert brush here. And the reason why we have stuff for the brush to grip onto here, right, is because there's actual water texture sculpted there. Fast matte white again. Let's freshen this up. Dry brush some of that in there. So once you will say thanks to Monster Den Minis for let me hang out on their fabulous Council of Miniature Painters. I think that's what it's called, and that's every third Sunday on Monster Den Minis channel. Alright, yeah, our glazy stuff is starting to set here. I can see that now. Yeah. Again, where most of it is, it's obviously that's not going to be quite set. But let me go back to our South Dakota here, and let me see if I can just find again some. Let me click on this image. So yeah, I'm just going to roll with that with the indigo and a little bit of this on the roof of the turrets here. I mean, we don't have to really change it all that much, do we? And then we'll just let that set there. Now some of our superstructure here. Actually, I'm looking at this. Superstructure needs to be more of this color here. So we'll start making some changes here. Because we can do that. Actually, the aft conning tower looks like it's all just the Prussian blue here. Like this. Or sorry, indigo. Hey, Recon, how you doing? Nice to see you back. So yeah, this is your Lexington right here. And talking about how it's just so clear to see that it's a battle cruiser hull. And then, of course, you can really see the South Dakota shortened squatty, sort of Washington Naval Treaty versus your Iowa class, which is probably a good 45 feet longer, something like that. So wild to see the difference. So let's start to maybe get a little bit of our dazzle. We can also maybe zoom in for our dazzle here now. We'll be spending a little bit of time on this. And I think that's why they ended up, well, Saratoga and Lexington ended up with that crazy stack, right? So recon, I'll be getting. Well, I'm going to get all of the different navies. Obviously, my favorite will be the Regia Marina, but we'll also get the Marina Nationale. We'll get the British Underwater Navy, and then we'll work our way. We'll have our Kriegsmarine, obviously our Japanese Navy. I really want to. I'll probably be starting out with things like Fuso, Issei, Congo, all of the crazy pagoda mast superstructures. So Wargaming Recon, these, oh gosh, I think it's McCall is the name. Let me see if I still have it. Nope, that's not over there. Ah, here it is. So it is at Ian McCall, Lee McCall. So created by Lee McCall. And he's even got a World War One series. Now I didn't, well, it's not specifically, I was looking specifically for Cruiser Emden, but obviously everything he does is by class. Obviously, well, if I was going to do a Sadelitz, maybe we could actually render it so that it's mostly sunk. So yeah, that's Lee McCall, McColl. Obviously, we'll get into our lighter grays here too. So yeah, superstructure is it's just darker, and a lot of the turrets also have a fair amount of the pattern on them too. So yeah, Wargaming Recon, great to see you, of course, as always. And may not won't be actually every single Monday, but this will kind of replace our old Armada Mondays because there's really not too many Armada ships left for me to paint. And here, this would really give us quite the selection to paint here. And of course, doing the water effects as well. What was the? Oh yeah, well, yeah, we did Enterprise and Arizona for the anniversary of Midway and such. Where's our? Oh yeah, this is what we did 3 years ago. We did that on stream. That was super fun. Oh, that's really cool. There, Wargaming Recon. Hey there, Dark Horse. How you doing? And of course, I have some videos on the YouTube channel of some Cruel Seas ships that I painted, and I still have a bunch of those. Let me see. Oh yeah, here again. Here's our Arizona. Where's our Enterprise? So there you go. So this is what we did on June 6th here. Those were the first ships that we painted. So as far as his U.S. Navy set, I think he's got a couple of sets. So this one obviously doesn't have later warships. There's no Essex class in there. I don't even think there's any Iowas in this particular release here. Yeah, Wargaming Recon. I didn't get a chance to paint as many of those ships. I think I did a Verposten boat, a landing ship, and well, I did the most I did actually is again of my Regia Marina, a whole bunch of Italian ships. All right, now we're gonna try and get some of our lighter stuff in here to designate Yeah, let's start doing that. Grab this brush here. Hey there, Cobra Snake. How you doing? Where's my... Ah, there you are. There's our Radiant Indigo, which is not Radiant Indigo. We just like to call it that. I think I'm also going to start breaking that down a little bit here, too. A little more thinner. So, Wargaming Recon, it's a little bit difficult to print out the turrets and such. I mean, obviously we're doing stuff at such a tiny scale here. It can be a little bit tough trying to get and there's no supports either. Wargaming Recon, so you'll have to do all the supports yourself too. And sometimes it's a little bit weird, like the Lexington. He sort of had a semi-hollowed out hull. I mean, it's not entirely hollow. It was just, I think, so you would use up less resin. I don't think you could print these things a whole lot bigger than they are right now. So this is not a single print. All of the turrets are separate. So your main guns and also the 5 inches, those were all separate. Now the Lexington was all one piece. It's weird. Some ships are in a whole bunch of different pieces, and other ships are just literally one piece. So yeah, Wargaming Recon. I did get to paint some dazzle on one of my Italian ships. That means what? It takes a little while to find that one. Nope, that's not it. So it was again from Cruel Seas. That's the Warlord game, which is funny because a destroyer in that game is literally like the Yamato. It's absolutely massive. So we're almost. Oops, is that it there? No, that's not it. Not here yet. 1 second, just trying to scroll through to figure out where that is. It's a long. Oh, wait. There it is. Yeah. So that Corvette is a giant chunk of resin with your metal turrets on there. And of course, again, that in that particular game, something like a destroyer would be absolutely colossal. Hey there, Valfera. Actually, Valfera, that's fantastic. I was actually trying to save the link so that I could send that to somebody else, and it wouldn't let me save the link to share it. But that was really good there, Valfera. That was high quality stuff. And I guess Valfera, he's doing the whole thing, right? Because it kept going and going. I'm like, wow, there's still more stuff coming here. So thanks for sending that. That is really fantastic. So yeah, Valfera, this is South Dakota and Lexington here. Let me get a little bit more of the light there, and I got most of the superstructure here. They've got it in the dark, so they show the stack as being getting some of the light, but the aft conning tower and the stuff forward, that is all. Actually, the entire stack is lighter, so we'll do that. Boy, Valfera, that's actually Valfera. If you wanted to share that in the chat, maybe that would be. I think people would get a real kick out of seeing that. That was high quality entertainment for sure. Talk about the silly Marillion, right? Well, it was a little darker maybe than our silly Marillion. Let me get some of that light again on the stack over here. So yeah, Wargaming Recon. I saw that. No Graf Zeppelin, but did the H-class ships there? Because one actually did get constructed. Other one, not so much. All right, let's yeah, continue this here, and then we'll have to get our lightest light on the hull itself. And then on our water. And of course, once this has had a chance to set, then we're going to try and do a little bit of a filter slash weathery type stuff on top of that. So great to see you again, Valfira, and hopefully you had only a moderate amount of Monday today. And there we go here, a little bit of light on the crane. Yeah, we'll let the crane get lighter. And I'm actually going to throw some of the lighter stuff here on the trip. Maybe we will use something like, how is this going to work for a blending brush? Maybe this one instead. So yeah, just let that do a little bit of the blending in there. Actually, yeah, on this part of the superstructure there, that does actually catch a little bit of the light there. I guess maybe I just need to thin this down. And that will stick there, hopefully. So yeah, that was really, 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 really hilarious. I enjoyed that one a whole bunch. So again, thanks for sending that. Push that back this way. I'm gonna say that turret also gets a little bit of the light there too. Work this onto our 5-inch mount here. Thank you so much, Zach. Appreciate that. So, Zach, if you want to share your ReaperCon class event thing, please go ahead and do that. Valfira, boy, it's so much fun doing the water effects. Just the water effects. It's really, really fun doing that. I'm glad it's going a little bit easier there, Stretch Pretzel. And thank you so much, Sarge. So, Sarge, hopefully a little bit of progress on the Tiger this weekend. I'm sure, well, actually, it's not all that late, Sarge. Boy, it's almost like you must have had an early day at work there. Because usually I'm thinking, oh my gosh, it's going to be 1 o'clock in the morning or something like that. So great to see you there, Sarge. Great to see you there, Eric and wife. Actually, Eric, if you want to share your Pinterest links, please go ahead and do that. Everybody also please give Eric and wife a follow if you could. Thanks, Wargaming Recon. Appreciate that. And everybody please check out Zach's tabletop events there at ReaperCon. Oh, I see. That gets us that was starting the old hype train thing there. I was like, what's going on over there? Oh, yeah, that's right. It's trying to get a hype train due to the Blitzkrieg that just took place. We had a wee bit of a Blitzkrieg there. Ah, wow, Sarge, that's almost unheard of. Wow. That's fantastic. Again, yeah, let's get to the light over here. Because again, we've done most of the stuff on the port side over there. Oh, hey, Grand Oracle. How you doing? Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. And of course, Wicked Minis. Something wicked this way comes. How you doing there, Wicked Minis? Everybody please give Wicked Minis a follow if you could. So Wicked Minis, I hope that you're doing really well. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. So Wicked Minis, we are painting here. A couple of new ships. Well, new old ships there. We have Lexington and we've got South Dakota. Now previously we did here, again this was a part of our anniversary of D-Day slash Midway, Enterprise, Arizona. These are all by the same sculptor. That's Lee McCall, and these are 1/1800 scale ships. So thank you so much, Arid. Appreciate that. So I think we've got ourselves a bit of a hype train going on. Thank you so much, Arid. Appreciate that. If everybody could please check out the reference or the Instagram link of the Tiger that Sarge is working on. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. That means one of these is coming along right here. There's a hype train. All aboard the hype train. All aboard. All aboard that hype train. Where's it stopping? Where's it stopping? Well, it doesn't quite stop yet because we have ourselves a level 2. Which, uh-oh, that means this right here. That means this kind of a hype train. There it is. Hype train, all aboard. Hype train, level 2. Thank you so much, Arid. Appreciate that. And of course, Wicked Minis, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So thank you so much, Arid. And Arid, I don't know if you had a chance to share your Pinterest links yet, but please go ahead. So the water here is actually sculpted on. I think, you can see it. See, as I hold it like this, you can see that's not why we're painting the effect. It's not just painted on. And you can see, again, here we still have to add our lightest light to the water effects yet. We're trying to get some of our dazzle camo in here. Again, this is a South Dakota class, 1/1800 scale. Lexington here, although you could say Saratoga. We're not doing the pre-war stripe on the stack, though. Not doing that. So everybody please give Iridican Wife a follow. Please give Wicked Minis a follow. And yes, we are using oil paints here. We're using regular oil paints. And this is something that we want to start doing on our Monday streams again, is to be painting up some ships. We'll still call it Armada Mondays. So thank you so much, Arid. Appreciate that. And of course, Arid, will you be doing, let's see, will you be doing like a Wednesday or Thursday stream this week? Just let folks know in the chat when you might be doing that. Everybody please check out that Pinterest link that Arid just shared, and then please again give Arid a wave a follow too. And of course, again, Wicked Minis, if you want to share anything in the chat, please please go ahead and do that. You can see the difference here again with the, we're starting to put in some of the lighter parts of our Dazzle camo. That is Thursday at 7 Pacific. I thought it was going to be Thursday, Arid. Just wanted to be sure. So again, everybody please give Arid a wave a follow. And thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Just looking to get some of this later stuff in here. And of course, when we do the latest stuff on our water, that's also going to have a big impact. It's getting a little too thin, a little too much thinner on that. And again, we're just using regular oil paints out of the tube here. These are our main brands here. Winsor Newton, Gamlin, Williamsburg. These two, of course, they're a little bit less expensive. Nothing wrong with the quality. Good solid stuff. This will be much more expensive, but also it's pretty good stuff. Pretty good. Where's here we go. Back to our Dazzle camo right here. So again, everybody please give Wicked Minis a follow. I do believe 1 hour, 10 minutes, and a level 2 hype train to go. These had no paint on them whatsoever. They were just this primer right here. That's all they were a little over an hour ago. Let me get back to my, again, putting in some of the lighter stuff here for the Dazzle camo, and then we'll get into some of the lighter stuff on the water here. We're going to try and get a few little markings on the deck here of our Lexington. Yeah, let's put that here. Maybe a touch, maybe not, maybe not. We'll get a little bit of our lighter stuff on that portion of the turret there. I forget what the name of the British ship was that had the absolute insane Dazzle camo on it. I mean, absolutely nuts. Where it was these massive stripes going in every which direction. And of course, it wasn't really camo. They weren't trying to disguise it, make the ship invisible. What they were, again, we're talking about pre-radar era. So they're just trying to confuse a couple of different things. Well, the shape and type of the ship. So a typical German camo was to actually, okay, if this is your actual bow here, they would have painted on here basically what looked like a bow crest. So that a battleship might look more like a cruiser, and that a cruiser might look more like, say, I don't know, a destroyer. Or at least a light cruiser, if it was a heavy cruiser. So yeah, they weren't trying to necessarily disguise the ship itself or make it invisible. They were just trying to confuse the range finders and the visual sighting that people were doing. Because yes, no computers, no lasers. Radar didn't happen until much later in the war. As far as true kind of radar range finding. More of that here. Yeah, let's lighten this up a touch. So Wicked Minis, what were you working on? I saw you streaming there. I couldn't quite. I didn't have enough time. Sadly, I was kind of in a rush. I didn't get a chance to see what you were actually working on there. That might be it, Wargaming Recon, because it was insane, right? It had literally had multiple levels of stripes on it, going in every which direction. I mean, that thing wasn't even supposed to look like a ship. That was nuts what they did with that, wasn't it, Wargaming Recon? And I don't think there was really anything ever quite like that. At least not of a larger ship class like that one. And I can only imagine how long that took, right? Wargaming Recon. And there you go. Now you can really see what the lightest light can do there. Big, big difference. There. Boy, Arid, oh, you know what? I do have some Sisters of Battle 3D printing, 3D printable files. I've done a couple of them. I don't know. They haven't been super sensational, but I'm going to have to try and find those again because it would be really fun to paint some more of our Sisters of Battle. Hey, there's Stila and Tuva. Nice to see ya. Everybody, please give Stila Rebel a follow. Stila, how in the world are you doing there, man? It's great to see ya. So there we go. There's our Sisters of Battle. All of those are massively converted / scratch sculpted. And a whole of these figures, some of these are 20 years, well, now they're more like 26 years old. Yeah, those are really old. Here again, that's The Exorcist. That's a bunch of plastic card, polystyrene tubing. The banner there, that's one of Victoria Miniatures Highland Moss Guard. Oh, wait, look at this. This is the Army board. There were 40 stained glass windows in there, and yes, they are all transparent. And they were all printed on special, well, not really paper, but basically a translucent piece of plastic. And actually, some of the imagery from the Army was on those windows. There's the interior. So again, you can see more of the windows. You can see all the statues. Those were our objective markers. There's the green marble. Now, many years later, because that was about 2014, that was my tournament Army back then. So this was, Series 9. Well, we're on Army Painting Series 42, so that kind of tells you that even this was a little while ago with our Sisters of Battle here. These were all done in oil paints. Same kind of basing idea, though. Same armor. Same hair color and such. So again, that's our Sisters of Battle. We had a blast with those. So Steela, great to see you. I hope everything is going great at the new digs and everything, and getting ready to do maybe some streaming next month or something like that. So Tuvant, nice to see you too. So see you later there, Wargaming Recon. You have yourself a good night's sleep. Here, let me get a little bit this. There we go. There we are. So Steela, we've actually been using some new colors. And of course, well, I think you heard us talking about stuff like the cobalt teal bluish and the perline crimson, like so. We have added some other. Well, here we've been trying out more of the Richardson oils, Indianthrin blue, and that, and of course some of the Mars colors have been really sensational. Mars yellow deep, Mars red, Mars violet. Oh, that's fantastic, Steela. Yeah, those have really. I have to say, I prefer the Elkid paints to the Elkid mediums a lot. Now, part of it is, well, like for you and I, we're streaming, right, or filming or whatever, and if it's super glossy, that just really, well, it creates a hassle. The actual, just the Elkid paints, that's not really going to happen so much. So yeah, I definitely prefer the Elkid paints to the mediums. To me, they actually work. They actually dry faster too. I mean, when it comes down to it, because you're not having to quite guess at just how much you should toss in there. So thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Thank you so much, Steela. Or sorry, thanks to Arid. Appreciate that. That was at least a level 2 hype train there. So many thanks for that. Boy, you can really see the difference, just how much lighter this is, right? Now, I am going to take this, and we are going to do a little bit of our softening and blending on that. Start to get some of our lighter stuff going on with the waves on the starboard side here. Now you can, oh, here we go. Look at you can see the big difference there between our South Dakota here and our Lexington there. Oh, I'm glad that was helpful, Steele. And of course, Steele, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures by Steeler Rebel. More of our, like, right along the edge there again. So you can see that the waves cresting up against the side of the hull there. Let me see, what was, our latest stuff was, it was more of our Candish stuff. So we had a blast doing these guys. We did 3 of those, and then we did one of our other color schemes there. So yeah, we had a real blast doing some more of our Candish stuff. That's okay, Steel. Even if it's not a brand new post, for some folks that have maybe never seen it before, it'll be all totally brand new to them. So again, look at the difference that makes. All of a sudden now our hull, right, doesn't look quite as light as it did before. In we go, and the key thing is we had to let this set, right? We couldn't just keep hammering away at this. That's why we got to let this set, because we're going to go from this, and we're going to do the same lighter water stuff here on our Lexington over there. So everybody please check out the Insta link that Steel Rebel just posted, and then please give Steel Rebel a follow. Also, Wicked Minis and Air Decan Wife. And of course, yeah, Irid, I think you had a chance to post your Pinstagram, as we like to call it here. See you in a bit there, Irid. I'm sure, well, with the heat and everything like that, I'm sure that's going to feel extra good. So see you in a bit after that, Irid. And thanks again, appreciate that. So again, that wave cresting up against the hull there, it kind of sets the ship down in the water, even though all it is just the slightest bit of texture. That's it. There's hardly any texture there. But it doesn't take much at this scale, right? It's 1/1800th scale. So again, there it is, cresting, breaking through the water there. Carry that out just a little further out to the edge. And again, not in every single wave, kind of almost every other or every third wave here, we make it a little bit longer. So how about we do some more of this. There. Nah, that's a little too much. We'll just, oh, look at that. We have a blending brush. Yes. Does this, no, that's a little too much moisture. I'm going to go with one that does not have any. Here. Again, just going to soften some of this. Just using this, it's a dry brush, has no paint on it whatsoever. Just looking to soften some things. So we'll set South Dakota aside. Here's Lexington, and away we go. We're going to do some of our lighter colors in this. I'm going to have to start breaking down our fast matte white here. Boom, like so. Actually, Stila, I don't know, well, Gamlin aren't necessarily the easiest things for you to get, but if you check out the Gamlin site, I'm sure that they'll have it there too. It's their reclaimed earth colors. I actually have a set of those coming here. I'm guessing they're just going to be an awful lot like the various Mars colors that I use from Williamsburg, because it's all just it's a bunch of slag. It's literally slag from mining sites, and it's a special little kind of joint venture between Gamlin and I think it's called True Pigments or something like that. And essentially all of the paints are made out of this so that they clean up the site and then also, well, manufacture paint. Hey there, Doji, great to see ya. So Doji, we were just talking about the Gamlin, what's it called? Was it recovered earth? Let me look at this again. They are called, whoops, scrolled away there, reclaimed earth colors set. So yeah, reclaimed earth colors. And those are by Gamlin. Those are on the way. No idea what those are going to be like. I also have some air dry clay from Sculpey that's coming this way, because obviously we've used the Daz air dry clay. But now we're going to use the Now we're going to test out the Sculpey versus that. Believe it or not, the other thing that I've got coming this way is some Liquitex spray paint. I had no idea that Liquitex made spray paint. There's actually, I guess, water-based spray paint too. The idea is that, well, on all those terrain pieces, where obviously I'd want to use even something like the airbrush or whatever, but since we don't have a spray booth and other things, I thought maybe if I have these spray cans, we can maybe do some of the bulk work with those, then get down to the airbrush, and then get down to our regular brush. So again, you can see the difference between the port side and the starboard side. These are 1/1800 scale prints, so 3D printed ships. Now again, you have to do the supports yourself. For the most part, you have to do your own supports on those. And you never know which ship is going to have a whole bunch of pieces and parts, and some of them, well, like Lexington here was one piece. South Dakota was a whole bunch. 1, 2, 3, plus 10. So 14 parts for South Dakota. Everything that was a turret was a separate piece, plus the crane. Arizona was what? The 4 turrets, the 2 cranes, and I think also, oh, and the plane launch, yeah. Doji, that was the other thing I was going to look for, was the Old Holland paint. But then I saw well, there was the Gamlin stuff. I got to get that. And then there was the Liquitex stuff and the air drying clay for experiments. So I said, well, that's what we can get for right now. Maybe some other time we get the Old Holland stuff. Actually, Stila is how accessible is something like an Old Holland out by? Obviously, Holbein is going to be the most accessible, being basically a home brew. Let me work in more on my light here again now on the starboard side. Like you do there. So Doji, I'm glad that those are working out. And of course, Doji, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Blending brush here. See how we just took some of that away, right? Instead of having to do a whole bunch of layers. Hashtag no layers. Hashtag no layers. I might zoom out a bit here while we're working on the water. There. Let me work this in here too. So thank you so much, everybody, again, for all the bits and the subs. Again, with the new little things that Twitch added, the subs and all that kind of stuff matters a bunch more. Royal Talent, holy smokes, Stila. It's funny. I always kept thinking of Royal Talons as a watercolor. Back in the day when I was doing watercolors, that was kind of one of the more sought after brands. Wow, it's really wild to think about Royal Talons as an oil paint. Actually, now Doji, you didn't happen to post your Bob Ross class stuff to your Insta, did you? Because that was, I really think that turned out pretty sensational, Doji. And I really liked it. I'm hoping that you felt like that pretty came up pretty nicely. Let me get some more of this really, really, really light stuff in here. So you can tell we're kind of taking the leading edge of this and making it lighter. First of all, it's sculpted, right? There's a little bit of that sculpted there, but it's not entirely. See, we kind of broke the edge away there. Yeah, Doji, I think it would be fun for folks to see that because I think that was pretty nifty there. So yeah, I think you did a fantabulous job on that. Yeah, we'll do some a little more of the. Just spread that out a little. Now, what are we going to do up here on the regular water? Let's take a look, see at how we treated these. So again, I want to get me some more of the Perline Black out there. Let's do that. That's our super dark green. With this brush here. Everybody please check out that Discord link that Doji just shared. So thanks for sharing that, Doji. Appreciate that. Alright, here we go. And we're going to really darken up that corner. So that kind of creates the depth in this water, right? All the churn over here, that kind of indicates that it's essentially like a shallower water there. Okay, and now let me grab South Dakota here, do the same thing. Perline Black, some of the indigo right here. There. I guess, Dale, would you say that you have more painting space in the new area than the old one? Yeah, Doji, it's interesting. Well, you have to kind of create that sense of depth, right? Because it's not just going to be there all by itself. You have to kind of force that issue, right? So see that every so often, not all of these, right? But every so often, gonna bring in some of this much darker color here. Like so. Back to Lexington here. We'll do some more of the same. Yeah, let me sneak some of that all the way back here. These are just our junky old craft brushes right here. That's what we're using there. Ah, that's fantastic, Steel. Actually, Steel, if there's any links that you wanted to share, if there's any kind of Etsy stuff or whatever that you wanted to share, please go ahead and do that. I guess, well, Steel, I guess you'll be streaming from there, right? Doji, to me, it's a very helpful kind of change of perspective to do that, and hopefully it was for you too. I'm sure that it was. Let me get a little touch of my. Okay, there we are. Swing this back around here. And these little areas Here, where there's some, that's where I have actual waves sculpted into that. Back to our South Dakota here. Steel, it is insane. I basically kind of have given up on any kind of overseas shipping ever. I just don't see it as now. Again, if you're a corporation or something like that that's doing hundreds of overseas packages, that's a different story, I suppose. But for us, right, it's just not practical anymore. Okay, and I don't want to go any lighter than that. Not out here, I don't think. So we've did that now. I'm gonna see if I can go a little lighter now on some parts of our some parts of the superstructure. Maybe some of the Bull-4s and the 50s. We got our 5-inch mounts here. Yeah, not gonna go too crazy on this, but yeah. So we've got our Chicago pianos here that we're painting. And yeah, let's hit this one too. So again, doing the 5-inch mounts here. I mean, just as a comparison, I mean, you can see with your ridiculous case-mated guns there on the ancient Arizona. It's always wild to see. I think hopefully they have some West Virginias and some Tennessees. Basically, the updated, like a Nevada and stuff like that. Some of the updated ships. Basically, Pearl Harbor rescues. Yeah, let me get back to my 5-inch guns here. Yeah, here, let's again get these 50s over here. So, I mean, obviously you could print this maybe twice this size. Maybe 3 times. I think beyond 3, it might be a little too simple. I think it was just really intended to be actually printed at a much smaller scale like this. I could be wrong, but it just kind of seems that way. Oh, I can zoom in again. See you later there, Doji. I hope that you have yourself a spectacular Tuesday. And of course, hopefully Monday did not have too much Monday in it either. All things in moderation, of course, especially Mondays. So I'm also going to go a little bit darker on some of the weapon mounts there too. Somehow need to scare up a little bit of a lighter edge here. Below the 5 inches, there we go. Now we'll start to, again, scare up a little bit of our lighter stuff over here. Now, of course, when we get to our Italian, our Regia Marina ships there, we'll be able to do the fabulous red and white stripes on this part of the hull. That I cannot wait. And of course, we will be doing all the different fleets. We'll be doing IJN. We'll be doing Kriegs. We'll be doing the submerged Royal Navy ships. We'll be doing the Marina Nationale, of course. We'll have ships like Richelieu, Jean Bart. Yep, steal it. I call it my barbershop navy. I don't know if they still use those same recognition stripes to this day. I I think you can. Well, I wish I had my other ones because you can see it on what there's like 4 or 5 of them. Now it's going to take me a little while to scroll up there. Wait. I think. You can see. Yep, you can see them a little bit there on that Corvette on the forward part of the hull, just a teensy bit. So yeah, they have the whole, they have everything. Now we'll certainly grab those. Let's get some of our lights over here again on these 50s, on the Bofors. Oh, let me lighten this up a little bit here. On that edge, also the aircraft launch there. Even this, believe it or not, is not actually pure white. I mean, to kind of give you an idea here of the scale, where's that? Well, here we go. So that's a 28 millimeter Lord of the Rings figure. That's how small this is, just to kind of give you a little bit of a sense of how tiny that is. So again, 1/1800th scale. You know, I'm just going to let a little bit of the light get onto that edge too. So this right here, not in Iowa. One of the easiest ways to tell something like a South Dakota class from an Iowa class is especially here. An Iowa class that'll be out to about here. So it's much more of a shorter, squattier type ship. The Iowa's much longer. Obviously, they're kind of built even more for speed. Also, kind of post Washington Naval Treaty ships as well. Now, the limitation of all U.S. ships was, right, they had to all fit through this Panama Canal. So U.S. ships had the crazy kind of square-ish sides to them. If you look at, especially say British ships or whatever, even their ships, not, well, they were semi-designed to go through the Panama Canal. I think they probably spent more time going through the Suez to get to the Pacific. I have seen a picture of HMS Hood going through the Panama Canal, so they could do it. But of course, again, HMS Hood, a classic kind of a battle cruiser hull, sort of on the narrower side, right? Very, very long. So again, your Lexington / Saratoga class carriers were actually built on what would have been battle cruiser hulls. Can't wait to get some of the IJN ships, well, like Issei, that basically a battle carrier. Oh, look at that! We have some mooring cleats there. I didn't even notice the mooring cleats before. See if we can scare up a little bit of light there on the anchor. Yeah, let me do something on the sides of the turrets there. Okay, now I'm gonna give me some of my indigo plus maybe the Mars black. Yeah, let's do that too. Actually, still have been playing around more with creating primer colors by mixing these. I already have the inks anyways, and we've been fooling around with mixing the inks with the Stynylrez primer, and that seems to be really actually very effective. Been able to make some really fun primer colors. Does not seem to have any weird effects on the primer itself. I've already painted several things with that, and no ill effects or weird things or whatever. I might try this actually. That's a little bit of a almost like a pin line wash here. We'll do some lighter stuff in there again, but for now I just want to get some of this darker stuff going here. There we go. And the coverings where your guns are actually going into the turret to obviously keep the water out of there. Let me take a quick look at something here. I'm looking at one of my references just to see. Okay, so even the deck they show as kind of a darker grayish blue. So very different from Arizona there. Very different. So still it doesn't, I mean you can't actually see now unfortunately any of the primer. This was actually the primer color right here. Well, where's my, here we go. So once we started to adopt the darker primer, it was our Galadrim elves. Let me see if I can grab one of our Galadrim elves here. Because there was just no way of getting some of this, like the robe and stuff. So that's why we did the darker primer, and I just gave it a little bit of a color there. I mean, nothing crazy, but just a little something, as opposed to just kind of the dark brown, which of course then we take we do the light over the top of that, and then we sort of do the pre-glaze after that. So it's kind of like a secondary pre-glaze, I guess. Yeah, fine. Let me get a little bit of that dark up here. Yeah, let me get some of that on the turret there. So that's indigo. There's actually a little bit of the Mars black mixed in there too. Hey, Anthos, nice to see ya. Thanks for joining us, Anthos. I hope that you're doing very well, of course. Hopefully your Tuesday is off to a fantastic start. We still have 5 more minutes of Monday here. I just looked over now, expecting it to probably be Tuesday, but no, it's not quite. We still have a few more minutes of Monday left to go. And that I'm going to be doing a tutorial video, well, basically an experiment, and see what happens with different color inks. Something that's really crazy, like a deep red primer, because Stynylrez doesn't even make a red primer. They have terracotta, they have pink, but they do not have something like a deep red primer. or even a deep green, or even a deep blue, which is why we've been kind of mixing up our own here. And at first I was just using the Reaper liner paints for that, or the clear colors. But Green Stuff World, they sent their inks, and ever since then I've been kind of, that's when I got the Liquitex inks, the fluorescent inks, to see how do they work in relation to, well, say our oil stuff, or even say the acrylic fluoros. This is almost a bit of brushstroke management here on our Dazzle camo. You can see that, see, that's not just smushing it all together. That's because this has had a chance to set. If I had done that right away, this will, heck, might have even just wiped a bunch of it away. Whereas here, we're patient. We're not hasty little hobbitses. We were not hasty, and that's what gives us that ability to do that blending stuff. Again, without necessarily destroying our pattern here. So happy Tuesday there, Anthos. We still have 2 minutes of Monday left here. A little bit more of our tap, tap, tap there. Now I'm going to try some of this down in here, and that's, there we go, okay. I think I can see a little something more going on here on our gun barrels. Blending brush again. Do that back here. Okay. Now let's get that on the range finders. These bofers here, they need some lighter stuff. Actually, let me get brushes a little bit more of a nicer tip on there. Also back to some of our latest light, so that we can get back to some of our machine guns here. Never did quite get this mount on top of the turret. Yeah, that's not really a job that you would want to be, is in one of those, one of these guns. I'm just thinking that every time these things fires, it pretty much just turns your inside into jello. That might be a little too much of our light. And not a problem with the blending brush. Just get rid of that. Take some of that down. Again, this is even this is not straight up white here. We're also going to be doing a little bit of some weathering type stuff here. So we'll be breaking out mostly the asphaltum, a little touch of our Terra Rosa in there. Yeah, that was too much. Go in there and take some of that away. Ooh, yeah, we should get a little bit more of that edge too. While I'm thinking about it. Not all of those turrets. We don't want to do all of the light stuff there, because we want to have, right, some of our camo color there. I'm actually going to come back now that this has had a chance to set. I'm going to come back with some of the indigo, some of the Mars black, and our finder brush here, and really kind of define some of this now that it's had a chance to set. Also much thinner. Thin sticks to thick and vice versa. There we go. So that really helps to sharpen that up quite nicely. Then, well, if we're going to do this, I'm going to have to let it set before we do any of the rusty stuff on this. That's fine because we can do that. We have Lexington sitting over there just waiting. I want to make sure not too much of the Mars black gets on there, but let's thin that down some more. It was getting really thick. Again, what is this going to do? That's going to really kind of define and sharpen the edge here of our Dazzle camo. Yeah, the edge of that got a little bit done, a little bit soft. Better there. Maybe darken up top of that turret a little bit. Where's that blending brush? There. I better break that down some more. And we'll work our way forward. We're sort of at midships here. Have to work our way forward up to the bow. Still moving forward. Yeah, like here, see that's all kind of soft right there. Well, look at how much harder that edge is. Thin sticks to thick, vice versa. The thin does not mean absolute liquid pin line wash, and thick does not necessarily mean straight out of the tube. Thin could just mean, I don't know, 10% thinner than what's already on the figure. Doesn't have to be a massive difference. Can't look into create our pattern right there. Now we'll start to strengthen up this. It's like you can really see the difference on that side, right? Back into our, again, that's relatively thin right there, but I can only do so much of it because it is even now it's still mixing with what's on the ship already. So I have to go back over here. We got to refresh, and then we do this. Well, something is going to cause a ruckus here. And it may not be 15-inch guns. It's going to be Mini Ruckus. How you doing there, Mini Ruckus? Great to see you. Of course, thank you so much for the raid. Everybody, please give Mini Ruckus a follow if you could. Please go ahead, do that. And of course, Mini Ruckus, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. We are doing some more of our historical tiny ships here. For tonight, we have South Dakota and we have Lexington. On our previous, this was on June 6th, we actually did a few other ones. We did Arizona, and we did Enterprise. These are 1800 scale ships printed out. The water effects are actually painted on, as in with heavy gloss gel. Yeah, so that's actually a physical texture there in addition to the paint color over the top. And we'll be doing a whole bunch more of these. Let me see. 2 hours ago, these had absolutely no paint on them whatsoever. So, Mini Ruckus, if you want to share anything in the chat, please, of course, go ahead and do that. And, of course, thanks again. It's great to see you. Our last couple of streams involved a whole bunch of freehand because we were painting up some more of our Candish warriors for MESBG. Let's welcome in Night Whisper as well. So, Night Whisper, how you doing? Of course, Mini Ruckus, Night Whisper, you guys want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So, Night Whisper, that was really fun last night. Hopefully, the raid, went well and everything. So, everybody, again, please give Mini Ruckus and Night Whisper a follow. So Mini Ruckus, I'm glad that's fun. Actually, Mini Ruckus, if you have any pictures or something that you want to share in the chat, please go ahead. So Stretch Pretzel, there's really no layers here. So it's not like traditional acrylics where you're just making clearly defined layers, right? Because even here, I'm just taking a blending brush and I'm just pushing around paint that's already there. So yeah, these are not your traditional kind of acrylic style layers. And of course, if there's too much on there, you can always just actually wipe some of the paint off of there as well. So great to see you there, Night Whisper. I'll see you in a bit there, Steela. So Night Whisper, you want to share anything in the chat, please go on ahead and do that. Thank you so much for the raid. So again, let's see, here's a couple of our recent streams here. So we did a batch of 3 of these guys, and then we did 3 of these. So there's more of our Candish stuff. These are the infantry here. Really had a lot of fun with those too. Oh, no problem, Night Whisper. I know you have to kind of skedaddle off there to go get the pictures. Now, of course, this is very different from some of our usual. Now, some of the colors are the same right here. Thank you so much, PSK Studio. How you doing, boy? It's been a while, PSK. How you doing? Yeah, I hope that things have been going really well. Thanks again for the raid, of course. Appreciate that very much. Of course, everybody, please give PSK Studio a follow. And of course, PSK, if you want to let folks know what you were doing in chat and such, and if you want to share any links. I know you just finished your stream, so well, you might have to also go skedaddle off to the photo booth. But yeah, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. That'd be sensational. See, here we go. That's the same deal. We're actually even taking a blending brush to that. So hashtag again, no layers there. So PSK Studio, boy, it's really fantastic to see you again. Boy, and like I said, it's been a little while, so hopefully all is well. Let me see if I can't maybe get a little bit of the dark on the end of the muzzles there. So we are painting some historical ships here. These are 3D printed 1/1800 scale. We have South Dakota and Lexington here. We will soon be doing a little bit of some corrosion rust type stuff. We have a little weathering. June 6th we painted Arizona and Enterprise. The water here is actually sculpted on. Yes, we did paint it, but there's physical using the heavy gloss gel, which is also the same stuff we use for the icicles here and the snow. And that snow is a snow effect available from Armored Wolf Productions. We also use that for our fire effects. Let me see if we have this guy here. So that fire was sculpted with the same water effect that we used to create the waves there. Thank you so much, PSK. And again, if you want to share anything in the chat before you have to head out, that would be sensational. So again, great to see you. Let me get a little bit more of that dark over here. See if we can start to maybe get a little more definition there around our turrets. We've got our, again, our 50 cals over here. We're just trying to get a little definition between those. Also these up here. Like so, and we're just using traditional oil paints straight out of the tube. Windsor, Newton, Richardson, and Gamlin. Those are, Windsor, Newton, Gamlin, and Williamsburg. Those are the three main brands. We have started to add more of the Richardsons in there. That's kind of a recent thing. No, I should leave that darker over there. Alright, yep, there's some more of this we can do over here too, I think. Oh yeah, these also need the same definition here. We've got another batch of them over here underneath the stack. I might still try to lighten some of those up too. And a little bit thinner to this, not so much that it becomes a pinline wash. That would not be terribly ideal. Actually, I'm going to go a little lighter than that here even. Better. We got these bouffers over there. We need to lighten that up a smidge. Might even lighten this up a little bit back here. And before we do that, some of that weathering stuff. Now let me get Saratoga here. Let's do that before we get too deep into, say, something like the weathering. So I'm going to get one of my more beat up liner brushes. Maybe we'll even use this as full tone, a little bit of our Terra Rosa as well. Gonna get that mixed up, and I think we want a decent amount of thinner in that. And yeah, see, that's acting very much like a pin line wash there. We'll come back and we're gonna bring in our lights down this too, just as we did with our South Dakota. So we're not gonna do the black stripe on the stack here. Just touch this to it, and we get a little bit of the. But we don't want it to be full on just rust everywhere, right? We don't want to go quite that far with it. I'm glad that I figured it would, Irid, just given climate circumstances and everything. Now you can see what we're doing here. It's starting to do almost a little bit of, see some streaks there. We're going to take our blending brush to that. So that kind of tones it down just a bit. Yeah, right, I can only imagine that must have been very, very, very nice. Let me get some of that here too. Also there. More of that on the bridge here. And of course it'll be less shiny as this gets a chance to set. It won't be drying right away, but it will set. So you can see there's a little bit of what looks like some streaks of whatever on there. Get some of that here on the top of the stack. Under the sponsons, probably a major place where that would be. I'm going to try and get a little of that over here. Now again, back to I'm going to use something smaller for a blending brush, like this guy. See how we're just able to kind of drag that down here a little bit. But all the while it's actually mixing with our grayish color there. We'll do that here. So you can see there along these openings now. I'm really just taking the rusty type color that we added there and just doing a couple of streaks on that. It's no different than, say, the vehicles that we've done. Or maybe something that the Zhang has done. Zhang, how you doing? Thanks for the raid, Zhang. Everybody, I'm sure if you're not following Zhang already, please go ahead and do that. Hey there, Prophet and Doof Doof. Nice to see you again. Hey, it's been a little while, I think. Nice to see you, Doof Doof. And actually, was it? I think it was Gundam again tonight, wasn't it? Wasn't it, Zhang? I think it was Gundam again. Well, here we have something of a very tiny scale. Actually, I'm going to zoom out a bit so you can see it a little bit easier. Here, let me zoom back just a touch. We are painting a couple of 1/1800 scale ships. We have South Dakota and we have Lexington. 2 hours and 12 minutes ago, these were just primer. So 99 cap, great to see it too. I thought so, Zhang. Yeah, Doof Doof. I'm like, wow, it's been quite some time. We're just now starting to see a little touch of the weathering there. We'll be doing that here. We had to make sure we get some of the dazzle pattern set right there. Now on June 6th, we did a little bit of an anniversary of Midway and D-Day combo. So these are also 1/1800. We have Arizona and we have Enterprise. The water here, there's actually a texture. So it's just a piece of plastic card, and then we used heavy gloss gel to basically sculpt the water effect on. Obviously we painted it, and we're painting it all with the same oil paints that we use. Now, we call our heavy gloss gel Elementium because it's not just for water. We sculpted this fire, we did this snow, and the icicles. Alright, so fire and ice and water. But wait, there's more, because you can use it for something, well, like this. Where's my building? There we go. So see that on the roof? Well, that's going to be a thatched roof. No teddy bear fur. No screwing around with that. You paint it. Oh, look. It looks like thatching. Try doing teddy bear fur on a burned, collapsed roof like that. That would be somewhat tedious. And then we did it again on some of these other buildings here too. You can see that's the heavy gloss gel there. We just added essentially some hay on that. And then again, when you paint those, it just again looks like thatching. Oh, thanks, Zhang. Appreciate that. Oh, hey there, Shipwreck. Nice to see you. Well, these aren't wrecked just yet. And we will be doing tons more of these ships. We'll be doing many more of those. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. Now, of course, some of the other things that we've been doing here. Things like our Tomb Kings, right? Tomb Kings. Where's our Bretonians? Here we go. So this is some of the other stuff that we've been doing lately, kind of getting into the old world vibes there. So again, Tomb Kings, Bretonians. We appreciate that follow. Thank you so much, Shipwreck. Appreciate that. Aha. So again, not really great accommodations going all the way to Valinor. However, I'm gonna ride this like a surfboard. So yeah, this is just like Enterprise. Gandalf wants to ride that like a surfboard. Now, he did not mention the Shire Weed. So will he roll a Gandalf 6? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a big oints right there for a Gandalf. I think maybe he's under the influence at this point. So yeah, Cap, that's kind of bringing back the old world. Where's one of our? Oh, here we are. Here's some more of our fabulous Tomb King stuff. Is a 3D print from Titan Forge. Also another one from Titan Forge right here. Like so. And, oh yeah, some other fabulous ones. This will be going up on the YouTube channel tomorrow. That fabulous Anubis there. And of course, we do tons and tons of Lord of the Rings stuff. We have done quite literally hundreds of Lord of the Rings figures. So thanks, Doof Doof again. Of course, we do. We also will do some sci-fi type things. These also painted on stream. Some fun little banners right there. And all of this again done with the oil paints. Well, we also do some 2D art as well. Usually on Thursdays. Since we're zoomed out here, we can show some of our. Yeah, this is some of the 2D art that we've done here on the channel. Oh, here, let's turn this upside. There we go. So a little bit of Medjugorje for you there. Oh, I think we have a Spacescape here too, yeah. A little bit of Spacescape there. So again, all of that done with the oil paints. We got Gamlin, Windsor Newton, Williamsburg right here. So those are the three primaries. We have been adding a few other ones, say like these Richesons right here. Actually, I haven't had a chance to try that. I want to compare that to our well, Mars Red, Terra Rosa. Where's my, here's my weathering there. So yeah, Doof Doof, I try on Thursdays to do a 2D art. I haven't been able to do that in a little bit, but we're hoping to get back to those. No, I think we'll stay zoomed out for right now. So again, you can see there's a little bit of a streakiness happening to that. Well, thanks again, Jang. Appreciate the kind words, and of course, appreciate the raid too. So again, everybody, please give a follow there to Zhang. Fabulous Gundam, also some bricks there too. Sorry that you're kind of feeling under the weather there, Bitron. Actually, Bitron, if you wanted to share anything in the chat. And here's, I'm glad you're able to source those T-28s, Bitron. Because I know that was something that you were wanting to get done. I'm actually going to throw a little bit of that over here on the hull, because that'll be a nice little contrast. You know what, maybe we will do a little bit of a zoom in there, so you can see that a bit more here. Yeah, Bitron, I know that also work has not exactly cooperated with that, has it? So sorry that everything's kind of been not quite going as as you would like it to there for sure. So Shipwreck, yeah, it's just a heavy gloss gel, and that is, you can either get Liquitex or Golden. Either one, they seem to be pretty much the same. Let me grab that for you. Here it is. So again, Golden, Liquitex, they seem to be pretty similar. I do have one ship here where it's just got the primer on it. So if I hold it like so, yeah, see that? You can see the texture on there. So you got the churn here, and you've got your bow break there, and then kind of your regular water there. That's when we were doing our Armada Mondays. Let me see if we can scroll down to get to some of those. So there's some of the elf ships, same water effects. Whoops, not that. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. So again, the same kind of water effects there. Do we have our? Oh yeah, there's some orc ships there. The water effects exactly the same concept there. And it's a fabulous material. It just works for so many different things. Zhank, depending on how deep you go with that, it can sometimes take maybe a few days to fully cure. Something like this will cure in a matter of hours. If you go real heavy, or oh, I almost forgot this. I almost forgot. Where's my, here, let me see this. Where are you at? So you got the waterfall effect right there. So that was the same heavy gloss gel. I painted that just on a plastic blister pack or something like that. And I let that dry overnight. It still has a little bit of tackiness to it. And then you kind of stick that onto your diorama there, and you basically kind of put some of the water effect over the heavy gloss gel over the top of it, and it really does look like a waterfall. Whereas that other water effect stuff, right, you have to build a dam for it and you have to hope that there's no leaks, right? This, you just kind of pile it on. I've done rivers. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know how much of it you can see. Give me a give me a little while to scroll here. Let me see if I can find this. Oh, wait a minute. Is it? Nope, not that one. There you go. Okay, so that is a river right there. And you can see the bridge going over the top of it. There was no water effects there. It was all the heavy gloss gel. So I didn't have to worry about it leaking. Also, I didn't have to worry about what what has happened. I've seen happen to a couple of folks where the water effect gets into their foliage and the foliage absorbs it and it literally drags it up. It's like up into a tree. Like say you have a tree going into the water, it drags the water effect up this way and wipes out all of your water, and also ruins your totally destroys everything that you did with your foliage too. So that is another way to avoid something like that, is to use this. Now, is it 100% ideal all the time? Maybe not, but boy, it does have a lot of advantages. Also, too, no air bubbles. Now, also, too, now we're gonna start doing some of this rust stuff on the South Dakota here, especially around the anchor chain and some of our gun mounts here. That should make a nice little effect there. You can get Green Stuff World also has a version of that. Maybe you have to go. Maybe you might have to let that set for a little longer yet. That's fine. Doof Doof, I just used this brush. It was quite literally that brush. I can even see some of it on the handle right there. And the same thing with the that roof. Remember, Doof Doof, you saw that roof before? That was just painted on there with a brush. Well, Bithron, I think especially for the Finns, I mean, obviously scenario-wise, they're not really going to be on the offensive, are they? So I could see some artillery being very handy, especially for them. You can also, should you want to, you can mix maybe some inks in there, whatever. I wonder, I don't know if you'll be able to see it terribly easy on these guys here. No, that's not, we didn't do any of it on them. I'm looking for my black tide. No, unfortunately, I don't have the. I wish I had the full thing. Like, let's see, do we have this here? Yeah, I wish I had them on the movement tray like that. Oh, by the way, we're going to be testing out the Scopy air dry clay to see if it can do the same thing as that we did with the DAS air dry clay. Yeah, Bithron, they're not exactly like a mouse or or a super Pershing or anything like that, are they? They're a little bit fall a little bit shy, don't they? Well, good night there, Zhang. And again, have yourself a fantastic night. Thank you, of course, for the raid. Appreciate that. Again, as you can see, just a little hint there, right? A little hint of some right now. Here we'll have to again we have to kind of let that set for a little bit more because all of this is still wet oil paints. We started these guys 2 hours 25 minutes ago. All of this in the last couple of hours. This is a mix right here. What we're putting on of asphaltum and Terra Rosa. Those are, well, Terra Rosa is essentially made from rust. It's made from iron oxide. So shipwreck bricks. I've also been painting some 28 millimeter scale ships. I will be printing out some more. I actually have essentially kind of like a HMS Victory. That's in 28 mil scale. That's pretty wild doing those, I have to say. Okay, now I'm just gonna let that there. Do some more of it here. Let's find ourselves one of our fabulous little teensy blending brushes here. So I actually have on the Patreon page. I already have a multi-part series on a ship, basically a Gondor ship. It's a more precisely Dol Amroth, and that's it's gonna get the swan decorations on the sails. And that was 3D printed from the Printing Goes Ever On. Let me get a little bit more of that on the Bullfurs here, on the conning tower. Alright, stack. Going to get a little bit of our rust there too. Back to our little blending brush. So a shipwreck bricks. I don't know if you saw on that one Basilean ship, but actually all of my Basilean ships were kind of painted in HMS Victory, yellow and black. See if we can bring that one back here. Where are you at? Well, I think I might have already gone past that already. Yeah. So you can see a little bit of the yellow and black alternate right there. So even though they were fantasy ships, oh, speaking of historical ships, Warlord, the system is actually the same as the fantasy ship system. It's called Black Seas. It's by Warlord. And, well, you would actually have HMS Victory. Well, you might even have something like Vasa. I don't know. That would be obviously an earlier era. But you would have Royal Sovereign. And obviously your Spanish galleons and your French ships. And obviously your typical U.S. frigates. Here, let me get that out of here. There we go. I think shipwreck bricks. I want to find my Egyptian ones here. The Empire of Dust ships. Let me see if we can find those. Oh, well, speaking of, there's our Argonaut that we also painted on stream there. Of course, sometimes we combine the 2D art and the 3D. There, that's a Galadriel versus the Necromancer. Let me see. I don't see them there. Ah, there they are. So yeah, that's our Empire of Dust fleet. And all of our past sessions, they're all saved as highlights. You can also catch some of our sessions on the YouTube channel where I'll take it. And let's say if I was painting 2 or 3 miniatures on the stream, I'll just cut it down to 1 miniature. And that's over on the YouTube channel. Okay, I'm just going to take some of that rust and just let that work its way there. So thank you so much, Shipwreck. Appreciate that. Again, we do a lot of Lord of the Rings stuff here. Lots of Song of Ice and Fire. We will be getting back into that. Okay, there we go. A little bit of our... Yeah, it's better. Get some of that into here. On these 5-inch guns, have to go kind of thin on that. So that can get down in all those little recesses there. You know what? I'm going to try and get some of that in here. Again, blending brush here. No, that one's a little bit too hard. We're going to try this guy. Something like that. Now, if you remember, this stuff, our Dazzle Camel, that was actually pretty shiny at one point. It's a whole lot less shiny now. None of this is dry, of course. However, it's doing that thing where we call it sets. Yeah, still it saves so much time, right? It's just amazing. Like here, okay, again, we just put that on there. Whoops, wrong, Brian. Let's get this one again. And now we can just mesh those together very easily. So we have a whole bunch of different, and we've started working on an Arnor army. Here's, again, that was painted on stream. This is some of our earlier done lendings right there. We have our Moria army. You saw some of the Corsairs. We've done Harad, Far Harad, Lothlorien, some Rivendell stuff. Where's Elrond? There we go. We have a bunch of Isengard stuff that we've done too. We have infinite Galadriels here. We've painted so many Galadriels in all different forms. Because here's Dark Queen Schmaladriel right there. Oh, and we've done a lot of Star Wars Shatterpoint stuff. And oh, that's right, some new boxes just arrived. More murder bears, or as we call them, cosplaying hobbits dressed as Ewoks. I think Shipwreck, and what's fun is the glow can basically be any color, right? Okay, we've got kind of a blue glow. Where's our red? Ah, here it is. So we've got the reddish glow there. Again, this is some of the Shatterpoint stuff. And of course, the oils work very nicely for things that are more of a sci-fi nature here. That's a series that I just actually will be posting that episode probably tomorrow or something. Here's again, that's more of a greenish glow right there. So many different things you can do with it. Let me get a little bit more on my... Again, I don't want to go too crazy with rust per se. Ooh, we should get some of that on the deck here. Stern. The crane. So these, again, these spots in here, that's a prime spot for something like that weathering to occur. There's that blending brush again. Here, let me take some of that stuff off of there. Now you see how we've let that set for a bit. We're able to kind of manipulate that a bit more. Again, what these little bits of the streaks do, they kind of give you a sense of scale. It kind of makes this look larger than it actually is, which is, well, the thing that we always, the big challenge, right, with the miniature painting. Textures are really, really, really important, and that even applies to, say, things like your flock and on your basing too, right? Because that basing gives you a very different feel than this basing. They're both Star Wars Shatterpoint figures, but that's two very different types of basing, and those are 3D printed basing bits that we use there. So that really does help. Also, things like the texture rollers. So you have kind of the Egyptian theme here, and then here we've got that dwarven theme. So that is Sculpey clay with the texture roller. And obviously that really, really does establish a theme for it very quickly. Oh, and here's another, there's some more source lighting right there. Again, this is another one of our very recent tutorials there. And even things like this, right? We have leaves there, we have some mud effects there, we have, well, our little bunnies, our fox. All of that adds to the composition, adds to the story. You can see here we've got the sand that's being drawn up into this spell effect right there to try and, again, mesh the base and the figure together. Oh, thanks, Night Whisper. Oh, here's one we haven't had a chance to see in a while. Yeah, look at this one. So that was fun. We painted this one up on stream. I think I have a shortened version of that on the YouTube channel as well. So you can see cooler colors, grayed down, warmer colors, more saturated. Very, very simple. Very simple. And whether it's on something big like that or something much smaller like this, same idea. Gonna get me a little bit more of this. You know what? More of the asphaltum. Now, it's starting to get to be a bit too much like the Terra Rosa. I want this to add some dark as much as anything. I gotta break this down a little bit because we just added a bunch of it in there. Okay. Now let's go back to Lexington over here. And now we'll kind of double down on a few spots of this. And then we're going to add some of our lighter grays in here too. Everybody please check out, is that a Discord link? Yep, that's a Discord link. Please check out that link. And of course, please give Night Whisperer a follow. So Night Whisperer, I'm just really glad that the oils have been so successful for you. Well, Doof Doof, funny you should mention that these things are very helpful for, well, figuring out where source lighting might go. And guess what? You have these three colors, right? That's what we use, and whenever we're doing the source lighting, right? Now the other thing you can do with it is, here's another one. Here it is. Got this one. This is just white. Well, you've got kind of diffuse light there, or do you want harsh light? See that shadow right there? Or do you want it coming from this side? Or do you want it coming from that side? So you do something like this, you take a picture of that. Now you sort of have a bit of an idea what that's supposed to look like maybe before you've ever even put paint on it. So that could maybe save a little bit of the guesswork. And those, I just get them on Amazon. They are dirt cheap. They are very, very, very cheap, so not expensive at all. They get a little something on some of these guys here. And then let's start thinking about coming back with some of our lighter stuff here on the hull. Let me grab this brush over here. Let me try this guy. Maybe some of our not radiant indigo. And this will also help kind of create that effect of the streaks. Now we're going to be using, speaking of textures, right, a little bit of directional brush strokes there. Here we are, over here. So yeah, typically a package of 40 of those or something like that, maybe $6-7-ish, somewhere around there. They don't necessarily last super long, but then we're not exactly, we're not using them for very long. And again, you shine them on the miniature, you take a picture of it, boom, you got yourself a source lighting reference. You don't have to really guess, like, oh, okay, what does that light really reach all the way over here? Is it exact? Not going to be 100% exact, but could certainly be very helpful. Nah, shipwreck. Obviously, well, it got worked a little bit harder, right? In at Coral Sea. Here again, we're just gonna take this, soften some of these things. Get some of our lighter stuff now on the bridge, and basically what this will do is kind of see, we're going to be taking away a little bit of the weathering. Not looking to wipe it all out. Well, with Bithron, it's funny in that thing that I had to do last night on Monster Den Mini's channel. They were talking about Fallout miniatures quite a bit. There was a lot of Fallout conversation going on there. So yeah, Doof, get yourself that 40 pack. You're pretty much set for a long, long time. Blending brush again. And hashtag no layers. Remember, this is still just kind of a middle tone here. And you can see now the turret's looking a little bit lighter now. We're trying to create us a little bit of depth here. Just get some of this lighter on the side of the turret. Start to work some lighter stuff on the island here. Again, we won't be doing the big old stripe that they put on the stack. Again, as this starts to get a little bit, see, even that starts to mix in with a little bit of our rust there. We'll be coming back into our water effect also again to do some more work. So there, see some of the, take away a little bit of the rust, not all of it, just a little bit. So there, see the sponsons not quite as rusty as they were, and well, here, let's go a little bit lighter with this. That's the ice blue. It is not, it's not a radiant color, even though I constantly keep referring to it as one. It really does the job, though, of something like a radiant color. More of that light here. Come on. There we go. These are some colossal size life rafts, that's for sure. That life raft's probably about the size of half of my house there. More light along here. We got some bullfers there. Oh, you've got your signal lights. Now that's a precision brushwork right there. Now we'll take our blending brush to that. Push all that together. Hashtag no layers. Let's do that again. There, so that is looking a whole lot lighter now, without the need for layer after layer after layer. And that's how we're able to get stuff like this. Again, what are we at? Not even 3 hours yet. Not even 3 hours in, and we're really starting to think about detail type things. Now, I also want to get to the markings on the deck here. I'm going to switch back to, now I got my Lexington reference going. So eventually we will get to some of the markings on the deck. We'll see you later, Stila. As always, Stila, thanks for being here. Really looking forward to seeing the streams again. That'll be fabulous. Everybody, please give Stila Rebel a follow. And of course, Stila is going to be doing some really fabulous oil painted miniatures. So please give Stila Rebel a follow. You can see this now. This also starts to look a little bit less aged, right? Looks a little bit fresher. Not quite so rusty. But that's kind of there underneath. Where's that blending brush? Where'd you go? There you are. We'll take that. We're going to push that together. So see, again, that kind of lightens things up just a smidge. We'll start doing that over here. So it creates some streaks that aren't necessarily rust there. Let me work this along the flight deck in a couple of spots here. Ooh, I'm gonna backtrack here. We got these sponsons. I want to get some of the light on those here. Let's get South Dakota out of the way here. Oh, by the way, I was, while we were doing that thing in Monster Den's channel, I prepped dozens and dozens of figures, of which was as our next installment of Arnor. So that is for Cardolan. Lots of hobbits. Yes, there will be hobbits on the channel again. They may not be quite as mischievous as, say, Bilbo Bananigans or Bilbo Stabbins, but there will be hobbits once again. All right, here. There, so again, now those sponsons, they're not just like they're disappearing. What's funny is these right here, these are essentially the same 5-inch guns that you will find here. Yeah, the same ones. So these right here on the sponsons, the same 5-inch anti-aircraft guns that you've got on Arizona. Yeah, we're gonna get some of these sponsons a little bit later. Also trying to get some of the lighter stuff here on the hull, because yeah, I just literally am taking this brush using the side of it here. Look at that, and then just all that paint is wet. We can let that just mix together. So now that I've gotten this, some of the mid-range stuff on these sponsons, I'm going to try and, ooh, okay, not just that light just yet. Had to backtrack a bit. Let's also get the gun here. So again, the tricksy thing about these is they don't really, there's not much in the way of supports on them. You have to do those yourself. So shipwreck, I only just ran across this guy's ships. Was it? Well, basically right before June 6th. I wanted to do something for the anniversary of Midway, because 3 years ago on June 6th we did this on channel right here. Where you are? There you go. So that was obviously our anniversary of the Battle of Midway there. Painted that up on the channel. That was a blast. Actually had to paint, there were no decals for that, so all the insignia had to be painted on by hand. Right now, like Lexington, I wanted to do this. We're kind of going, in some ways, early war or even pre-war ships. But shipwreck, eventually, I want to do what we used to call Armada Mondays. So I will be painting not just the U.S. fleet, but British fleet, Italian fleet, French, IJN, Kriegsmarine. We will be doing all the navies of the world on the channel here. Ultimately, we will have some fleets, that's for sure. So yes, we're kind of starting out here. I just wanted to see what their ships were like. Now, those first two I just bought them individually. These ships were part of a set. Obviously, these are a bit more on the early war side. His other set has obviously Essex class carriers and Iowa class and Alaska class, and it has again all of your kind of your late war ships. Basically, this set is all pretty much early to mid-war ships. Where's my blending brush? You know, I'm going to use this one, a little bigger one here. There we go. Because if you look at the YouTube channel, I've already painted up a bunch of Cruel Seas ships. Now, that's a much larger scale than this. Of course, much larger is relative, because even something like a destroyer in that scale would be like a Yamato. I do have some 1/700 scale ships, but those, unfortunately, well, aside from the time it takes to put them together, just like Zhang, right, trying to get the Gundam stuff together on stream. The 3D print, this was one piece. Basically, I clipped off the supports, I stuck it on here, I did my water effect stuff, and primed it, and it was good to go. So that's kind of the advantage with this guy's stuff, because I can just print out, and of course I can print however many I want. Also, I could make them bigger if I wanted. Thanks, Shipwreck. There's also some there's some bolt action battle reports on there as well. I've also, gee whiz, how many bolt action? I got something like 17 different bolt action armies that I'm working on. Thank you so much, broski. Appreciate that. I seem to remember in my earlier surfing days, we had something like this. Dude, if you jump up on me, I will end you. Like, okay, first it's the horse, then it's the bird. Now it's my surfboard talking to me. Maybe I should ease up on the pipeweed. Uh-oh, he mentioned pipeweed. He mentioned the shireweed. He already rolled a 1 tonight. Oh, geez. Well, look at that. He mentions the shireweed, and he's safe. Again, that's our fabulous Gandalf dice there. Hey, Recoil, how you doing? Well, Doof, really great to have you in here. So, Doof, I hope that we can see you again. I know that the stream times have kind of changed here a little bit, so I apologize for that. But Doof, yeah, it'd be great to have you back in here some more. Hello there, Mom. How you doing? Everybody say hello to Rico's mom, and let's all wish Mom the best. Hopefully everything is going really well there. Yeah, Bitron, I think he does deserve a few negative modifiers, doesn't he? He's always kind of getting himself in trouble. Here's a little bit more of our right there. Where's that big old blending brush that we just there it is. There it is. There we go. So Rico again, that's great to see you. And of course, Mom, I hope that everybody's doing really, really well. Actually, Rico, I think we have your kind of heat going on here now because it's been in the mid 90s now for days. I think I did shoot you a message, man, maybe it was yesterday or earlier today just to see how things were going. So Rico, this, yeah, more of the 1800 scale. Where's our Enterprise here to compare to our Lexington? There we go. Thank you so much, Mom. Appreciate that. That's 15 months. Thank you so much, Rico's mom. And of course, we're also working on a South Dakota class there. Actually got a chance to do a little bit of dazzle. Yep, a little bit of dazzle there on our South Dakota. Thanks for doing the clip there, Bisron. Appreciate that. Oh, keep going with some of this lighter stuff here now again on the sponsons here. Boy, oh boy. Well, maybe we could even do some of our portals here. Just a little bit. No problem there, Recoil. No problem. So Recoil, I think I told you that my niece, and again, it wasn't me that started all that, but she was kind of got obsessed with miniature painting. So that's one way to kind of keep that tradition alive in the family. They they picked a good time to be here and a good time to leave, I think, because they would not have been able to do some of the outdoor activities that they did, I think, with what we have going on now. Yeah, gotta get these spotlights up there a little bit lighter. Get a little bit more light on this. As you can see, it looks a little bit less worn, a little less weathered as we start to add some more of our light here. It also starts to get a little bit more shape and dimension. Let me get a little bit more of that over here too. So see again, that's a little bit less of the rusty stuff on there. I'm gonna go back here to some of the. Is that? I think we can go with that. In some ways, it's almost going to act a little bit like reflected light. We're going to try and get some of this on the bow over here. Where did that big old blending brush go? Again, you can see how that softens all that. some more of that over on, again, up towards that bow. Do some of that over here too. Recoil, if you had a chance to continue working on your that fabulous base of yours, the diorama, and of course, if you want to share any links or anything to that, please go ahead. Blending brush here, like so. Alright, let me get some of this in here. So yeah, now our bow is starting to stand. And of course you can really see that very prototypical kind of battle cruiser shape to the bow. See, we're going to lighten this up too. Then recoil seeing all the train set stuff there and all those very special Wampleville themed areas. It was really fun to see that, especially things like again Thornton Quarry, where the rocks that were used to represent the quarry are actual Thornton Quarry rocks with fossils in them. Now we're going to try and get some of our light here. So again, that's not quite so much with the rusty look there. We'll be throwing as long. All it really matters is as long as it's fun, right? As long as it's fun, that's really the most important thing. Here, let me take some of that away here. Let's come back at that again. It looks very light here. It's actually not all that light. Just in context, right? Everything is in context. Get some of my light here on the turret. There we go. And I can still go later on the bridge here for sure. Oh, geez, definitely up here. We haven't really gotten much of our light up there. Blending brush for that too. Here. Some more light on the top of this turret. And again, the more of this we add in here, it starts to take a little bit of that heavy-duty rust away, and we still have a little bit of the effect, just not as much as what we did. Now, I have to say, Rico, this is really, it's very fun being able to get to paint these. Oh, and we should maybe start to think about some of the markings on the on that deck here. So, right about here, that's probably where the arrestor cables went. And we've got this right here. And we'll let that get kind of semi-weathered a little bit there. So recoil will be, the idea is to kind of do Armada Mondays again, only with these ships. So you'll be seeing basically every navy there is. We'll be doing Italian ships, French ships, IJN, Kriegsmarine, obviously the British underwater navy. He's got so many ships, even the American ships are in 2 different packs. So this particular pack is more early to mid-war type ships. He's got another pack that has more of the the mid to late war ships. So we will be doing lots of these, which means lots of water effects. Blending brush here. Oh, Rico, I'll send you a link to the My Mini Factory that this guy has, so you can kind of get a little bit of a glance at what you can do with his ships there. Now we got another one that hits right here. Just like this. Blending brush. Like so. So yeah, recoil, I can't wait to do ships like Fuso, Congo, Issei. I don't know if he has a Shinano. I think he probably does. That is right up by the forward turret here. There. Yeah, recoil, just so much fun to be able to do all of this water effect stuff as well. Yeah, this is going to be really nifty, and again to see entire fleets, because I don't have my Armada fleets anymore. I let Mantic grab those so that they could have those for things like Gen Con and stuff and other conventions. So I don't have my ships anymore. So we'll have these now. Ooh, yeah, here, let's get some of our light on these Bofors here. Gonna try and get some of the light on these, on the Sponsons here. We kind of did the mid-tone stuff. Never did, yeah, I didn't, whoops, that was more than what we wanted. We'll just wipe that away. And we'll get back into it here. Just like that. Oh, and recoil, during, essentially it was almost kind of like a podcast type of a thing. I was able to prep a huge chunk of the Cardolan miniatures for our second Arnor army. So one of the major things I'll be doing after the stream tonight is trying to get those on bases. And I'm actually I'm going to be using a bunch of ruined bits for those. Same kind of stuff we used on our Gondor. Oh, and I also was printing up some of the Skaven stuff. And Titan Forge, not only did they have the nifty Skaven miniatures, but they had tons of tiny little rats. I must have printed out at least 24 tiny little rats for things like bases. Alright, I'm going to actually add a little bit more of the light here before I come back here and try and do some of the dark on those portals. Let me again get some of that darker stuff there. Where is that larger blending brush hiding? Now we'll use the smaller one here. Fine. Try to throw that in here, and then we'll just try and do a little bit of those portals. Let me see if I can get one of my... Is this the one I'm using here? I think so. The recoil there is... It's really weird because I've never really... I think I painted maybe 1 or 2 Skaven miniatures in the last 25 years. And actually, I think most of those were for Blood Bowl. Yeah. I think most of the rats that I painted were Blood Bowl miniatures. It's going to make a very interesting, because the idea is kind of, taking advantage of a bunch of different, obviously, browns and everything, but can we also do sort of that weird, messed up flesh tone? Not quite nurgly, but in the same neighborhood, I guess. So here, I'm just trying to restore some of the portals here. And then we'll come back with some of our light there too on those. After they've had a chance to set for a bit. We'll have to get some more of our lightest line on the edges, some of those, I think. So that's our indigo mixed with just a little touch of the Mars black there too. It's got to be thinned down, but boy oh boy, if it's too thin, it'll just be a pin line wash. It'll go all over the place. That would not be ideal. Actually, Rico, is there something super yummy going on for supper tonight? Well, I'm sure that there is. Get this over here. Oh, you know what? We gotta take some of our kind of mid-tone gray here. More of that on the on the side of that turret, and then here too. Oh, so that's right. Mantic does have a whole bunch of rats. I remember seeing those. I wonder if, well, I just was thinking of them doing an Armada fleet for the Skaven. Well, for their rats. Actually, Recoil, now that you mention that, I was thinking of going to the store just to get, like, I don't know, like something I can just make a baked potato with, but you reminded me there, I could actually, I've got the thing to cut that into wedges and stick that in the air fryer, yes. So Recoil, what was there sci-fi game? Was that called Warpath? It's been many years. I don't quite remember what they called that. And actually, wasn't that the first of the sci-fi things they did? Was the Ratkin there? No, Bithron, are they're still supporting Dead Zone, or is Dead Zone now kind of a past tense sort of that? I know someone who got in on that kind of at the beginning of it. Need a bit more of that light over here. So thanks for the reminder there, Bithron. Yeah, I should just, instead of just chucking that thing in the... I mean, of course it's not bad having a baked potato, but I think the wedges could be really, really tasty. Again, got to get the spotlight a little lighter there. You know what, we could probably use some of our light on this part of the stack too. Where's that blending brush again? Take that and bowl that over from one side to the other. Oh, that's really wild, Bithron. Well, I didn't know that. That's actually got a little bit of our super light yellow in it. I'm going to let that mix with the very, very, very light blue that'll kind of give it a bit of a grayishness there. And then I'm going to go back to our South Dakota. We'll see how that's looking as far as some areas that are set where we can maybe do a little bit of some blending or whatever. I'm going to try and get something a little lighter on a couple of the turrets here. Again, the paint, we'll make sure it has a chance to set so that we're not being hasty little hobbitses here. And then when that has a chance to set, we're going to do some streaks across the freehand, of course. Our boats in here, we need to get a little bit of something on those. It can't just be all dark in there. So an epic scale version. Oh geez, wow, speaking of reminders, that's right, I have to print out some of my vehicles in that smaller scale. Like maybe, I don't know, maybe those Semavantes, maybe I should print those out at more like a Flames of War scale instead of at bolt action scale. Get this over here. Yeah. Alright, let me just wander back over here to our South Dakota. And I'm going to try to also, where's my blending brush here? Get some of that stuff out of there. Boy, these have really set. Yeah, they're not dry, but moving those is actually a little bit on the difficult side. So Recoil cannot confirm nor deny the possibility that someone in that house might have gone in on that Kickstarter. Oh geez, speaking of which, I gotta see how the Kingdom of Tor Italos is doing. That's from Conquest Creations, one of our favorite Australian content creators. That's a Kickstarter for 3D printable terrain. And the nifty thing about that is that it's every building has a intact and destroyed version. So if there's a tower or whatever, and if you want to do some more like a siege type of a game or whatever, and someone says, okay, tower is destroyed now, you can then put in the destroyed version of it. So that's I really thought that was fantastic. So let me see. I think nope, that's not the one. Let me see if I can. I'm just kind of going backwards. So again, it's the kingdom. I think it's called Tor Ithalos. And just look up Conquest Creations. I think that's what his. That's probably what his Kickstarter handle is. Because he also has Duroc Deep. He has what's his Rohan one? That's Saxonia. So Duroc Deep. That's the dwarven terrain. His. Oh gosh, what is his? It's essentially Minas Morgul terrain. I always forget the name of that one. But he's got three completed Kickstarters. And now he's got a new campaign going right now. So there we go, Tor Italos. That's the latest one. Thank you so much, Donkey. I've printed out a ton of his, basically his terrain for, again, Minas Morgul. I've even printed out the walls for that. That was, I think, yeah, that was part of my, that one print that was 20 hours. So we've got now things like this. Those get printed on. I've got two of the Anycubic Mono X's, and then all of the terrain that is printed out on a bamboo carbon X1. Hopefully that sale is still going on, because there is a sale on the bamboo printers right now. I'm going to see if I can't get a little touch of light on some of the anchor chain stuff here. Oh, donkey, that's great. Now, but some folks are still irritated that I haven't set up the AMS. I call it the top hat. But I've printed a ton of terrain on that. I've actually been using the Elegoo PLA flat black mat, because that's actually been cheaper than the bamboo stuff. So donkey, that's fantastic. We call it Bambi Cam. So you know that the internal camera that it has. Sometimes on stream, I wasn't unfortunately able to set up a print before the stream started tonight. But yeah, there's a lot of times on stream that we'll just go check and see how Bambi is doing on the latest print. So donkey, the only basically just use it for things like terrain. Now, sometimes I'll also print out basing bits, like well for things like dioramas, really big, things like trees and such. So donkey, there is a. I wish I could tell you the terrain one, but I have. Well, actually, I think Quartermaster 3D does also have some pretty nifty stuff, but it's not him. No, not him. This is the one. So it's Esquisse or Esquisse. Let me spell it for you here. Of course, it's Eskice. That is my favorite. And I mean, I already have a whole French early war army in addition to all the individual vehicles and stuff. And if you check out his Char 2C with it even has the 11-man crew. That's probably my favorite part about his stuff, is that it has the crews. So like I scratch sculpted my own French 155 mil howitzer, but he actually has it with like the whole crew and everything. So yeah, his stuff is amazing. So again, it's Eskice. I even have French resistance. There's even refugees. Yeah, there's even refugees. So really fantastic stuff. Trying to break in a couple of smaller waves in here. We have them sculpted in, so we're going to try and get some paint on those. And I think, what is this? I think this is Ian McCall. That is the sculptor here on the fabulous ships. And if you check out his site, there's tons of different fleets that you can get, or just individual ships. You don't have to get entire sets. Let's see if I can chuck a little bit of light on that part. Yes, we can. So again, let's see, 3 hours, 24 minutes. There you go. That is not too shabby there. Now we're going to start to work a little bit more on the water effects here. I'm also going to try and do that dark line around the edge, because that'll let me know just how dark my water actually is too. So a stretch pretzel, one thing that helps is, of course, caress the brush. Don't crush the brush, right? I've literally seen people hold the brush like that. So that's going to help you a bunch. Of course, remember also, too, we're not layering. So you're using the blending brush. And, of course, the stretch pretzel, well, ironically enough, usually after the 3-hour mark, we refer to it as basically brushstroke management. So we can go in here, again, with a brush that has no paint on it. And we can do a little bit of tap, tap, tap in there. And that's not really mixing the paint. What it's actually doing is quite literally just taking some of the extra height off of the paint. So Donkey, I have tried to use those many times, and just looking at them makes me want to set them all on fire, which is why on this thing here, now first of all, there were no transfers because it was not, I think that was the markings or the transfers in the box were for Wasp. We wanted Enterprise. So I had to paint 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, no, 2, 4, 6 of those insignia by hand, because no matter what kind of a microsol, microset, whatever, it never wants to wrap around the rivets or panel lines or sink into panel lines. So I said, you know what? You know what'll work really well is if I just paint the stuff. So yeah, it's so much easier just to freehand it than it is to try and do that like here. Again, so much easier just to freehand that stuff on there than it is to fool around with the transfers. So yeah, stretch pretzel usually after the 2-hour mark, right? And of course, it's provided that you have not, piled on a whole bunch of paint there. Things are set enough, right? Like right here. Remember I was saying earlier when I did this second round of the dazzle on there, I said, oh, look at that. It's nice and set. I can go back in there and actually work on it. So Donkey, ironically, I think the only number is actually 60, and it's on the stern. So yeah, it's kind of weird. Maybe it's a wartime thing, whatever. But only basically right about here is where you'll see the number 60. Now, obviously, when they did the Iowa classes, your number is up there, right up on the bow. But this is your South Dakota class, which you can kind of tell by how squatty this is. If this were an Iowa class, it would probably be out to about here, right? A much longer, narrower ship than the South Dakotas, which is hilarious because, of course, you have the classic battle cruiser bow here. Oh, actually, now that I see that, let me do a little something here. Let me also move that out of the way. Oh yeah, that's right. This is that's one of the done landings we painted on the last stream. I almost forgot about him. Again, the water effects or the heavy gloss gel, same stuff I use for icicles. Also the same thing for fire. Try to catch a little more light on these guys right here. Thanks, Mom. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Well, have yourself a good supper. I know it's not quite that time yet, but it's getting there. Thanks, Mom. Appreciate that. Oh, actually, Mom, when my family was in town, again, first time I'd seen my brother and his family in 9 years, I showed him the scarf that you knitted for me. So they were very impressed with that. And again, thanks for the scarf. So I said, yeah, this came all the way from Australia. Mom sewed it for me. Or knitted it. I shouldn't say sewed, it was knitted. And stretch pretzel again. I don't know if you've seen the chapter study series. right? Where on the shoulder pads, there's a little less painting and just a little bit more of the blending. So again, here, just chuck some lighter blue, right? And then you take something like this blending brush and then you push that around on the shoulder pad as opposed to layer after layer. Because again, hashtag no layers, right? Now, Donkey, where is our Enterprise now? Of course, here, at least I got a chance to do the CV6 on Enterprise there. Trying to get into some more of my light on some of the sponsons here. Ooh, we gotta go much lighter here. On these sponsons and the Beauforts, our Chicago pianos here. So that was a really, actually, oh, that's right. I think it was, it had to be yeah, it had to be pre 2020 when we had a chance to see. Actually, it was somebody who was, he was on the Franklin. He was a crew member on the Franklin during the kamikaze attack there. And he actually had to jump from one of these sponsons, and that we're talking an Essex class, so that's even bigger than your Lexington here. And there was some like 90 some odd feet. He managed to do that without getting injured, but a pilot who basically bailed out of his plane and jumped overboard, he broke his leg or something like that. Donkey, unfortunately, the size of this thing, it's just too small to try and print any planes. Basically, the supports would be bigger than the planes themselves. Now, if this were printed out bigger, you could maybe get some. Now, if he had sculpted, let's say he had sculpted the planes and actually had them on here somehow, that would be a little bit different. But yeah, the planes would just be so tiny. It would be really fun though, right, Donkey, to have the planes on here. Now, it is possible I could get plane files and then try to shrink them down and stick them on here. So the nice thing is, right, we could print them more at the, I don't know, 1/48 scale size like that Dauntless, so that we could have them for bolt action. But then I could shrink them down and then use them for something like this. And if they don't work out, no big deal, because we can use them. We can use them at a larger scale and have some fun with them still. Yeah, Bithron, I know that. What was the one thing that Landros was saying? Oh yeah, just if you want to turn something into like a basing material, it could be like a sculpt, but you just drag it underneath the build plate, so it just won't print that, and it'll be flat on the bottom. Especially with this, right? Because it's not hollow on the inside. So that is an idea. Again, I wouldn't mind having the plane files anyways, just for painting them up on their own. And Vithron, we can do that experiment, and if it works, then all the better, right? More of that light again on some of the sponsons here. Yeah, Bithron, I still haven't had a chance to use something like Tinkercad or anything like that yet. I think until things really calm down here, just won't be able to do that kind of stuff just yet. Certainly want to, though. It could be really handy, even if I don't actually sculpt things like terrain or whatever. Being able to modify it wouldn't hurt, right, Bithron? Just some key little thing like that could make a big difference in the usability of something. Alright, let me go back to our South Dakota here. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting the link there to the GoFundMe campaign. We do want to say thanks to everyone who has already supported that. That has made a massive, massive difference. So again, thanks to everybody that has supported us with that. And of course, thanks Rico's mom. Appreciate that. You have yourself a good supper if you're heading off to do that. I think I might have sent Recoil the pictures of the new neighbor's dog, which of course every time it sees me, it just jumps, pretty much just jumps into my lap, and then won't go away, which they really get a chuckle out of. So yes, indeed. Lulu, that's the dog's name. So yeah, that's right. They were doing some volleyball. Ball went into the yard. They asked if they could go get it, and that's all of a sudden Lulu was at my feet, and next thing you know, Lulu was laying there on the steps, getting petted, and then would not leave. Yeah, Rico, they weren't the best ones because again, Lulu wanted to be as close to me as possible, so getting that distance so that I could actually take a picture was challenging. Let me see if I can get a little more of my light up here. Top of the superstructure there. Conning tower back here. Bofers down there. 50 cals. So see you later there, Arid. You have a good one. Thank you so much for all the subs. Arid, if you wanted to share your link one more time in the chat, your Pinterest link there, please go ahead and do that. And Thursday, 7 p.m. Pacific time will be another fabulous stream by Arid. Let me see something here. Okay, we're gonna. Let's see if I want to do a little bit more light right here. So see you later there, Arid. Have yourself a good night's sleep. I know that work has been extra crazy there, because I saw in 80 Creation stream there. Come on, just a little bit of that light over there. Now, gonna create some more of my smaller lights in the water there. I might also just do a little. Yeah, I'm just going to drag this brush across, and this is where you're going to see that there is actual texture here. Because as I drag this across, it is picking up some of those really, really narrow lines there. So everybody, please check out that Pinterest link that Arid just shared, and please give Arid a cam wave. I'll follow too. Got these range finders on the sides of the turret. Now, recoil, the one thing I don't know if he has any Australian ships. Now, they might be kind of buried in with some of the other Royal Navy ships, but it would be fun if he had at least a couple. I mean, there were Australian ships in the Pacific. There were Dutch ships in the Pacific. There were a lot of different countries that had ships going on in the Pacific, that's for sure. And of course, recoil, the Bulldogs kind of keep going with that. They'll have a really horrible loss and then a tremendous victory. The latest one, I think, was over Frio, over the Dockers. Speaking of ships, you can get the little bit of light in there. Now, oh, speaking of which, the next, if I'm if I am still here on Wednesday, if I'm not actually, I thought I was going to be going somewhere else on Wednesday. I don't know if I will now. I haven't heard anything. If I'm still here on Wednesday, that would be the next stream because that would be our birthday stream. So initially, I thought I was going to have to do it the next day on Thursday, but who knows? There might be a special Wednesday stream. Yeah, recoil. I wasn't sure if maybe Canberra would be there or, but I kind of, yeah, I didn't think he would. I mean, he has a bunch. He has a lot, but who knows? Recoil maybe. Oh, so there is Perth. Okay. Actually, recoil sometimes it's kind of hidden because it'll have, well, like even here, he doesn't have a specific Lexington or Saratoga. He has the Saratoga class. He had even the Enterprise that could have been that could have been Wasp, right? Because again, it could be either or. That's kind of how he sculpted him. Let me see. I'm gonna get to my Lexington reference there. I've just kind of been bouncing back and forth between the references. And that's a little too much right there. Ooh, that's right. I was gonna try and do the. Let me see if I can try and get that not blackest black along the edge here. Okay, that is just too solid there. We're just gonna throw that off to the side and we're gonna try this one instead, maybe. No, we've been using it, well, we've been using it as our blending brush. We're gonna use it for this now. But I need to see that versus what we've got on our water effect there. Yeah, well, that is, I think I could still go a little bit darker on my, well, darkest darks on the water. That really helps over here where I've got the lighter crests of the waves. So instead of that kind of hanging over the side of the base here, and we'll just throw a sheet of a refrigerator magnet sheet on the bottom of this, like we've done with all of our other ships. Get this in here. So this is just a piece of plastic card. Slice that up. And I did kind of sand the edges of it down. Yeah, you can see here there's all the lighter stuff over the edge. Take more. There we go. So yeah, that really does. Now that really stands out. Okay, I'm going to do the our Lexington here, which is even longer. Yeah, you can really see now the difference here. Some of my kind of mid-tone darks now don't look quite as dark anymore. Everything is always relative. Get some of this down here. So recoil, I'll try to get that, well, we'll try to get that specific one, unless if it's already in the Royal Navy pack that I get, well, then so much the better. But if it's only, sometimes they're not actually available in a pack. Sometimes they're in the individual files. But we'll certainly snag Perth. And then hopefully we'll be able to find some decent references of it. There must be model kits out there somewhere of it. Those tend to make really good reference pictures. I mean, well, you can see, and look what I'm using right now. Basically, the model references. Wow, that's really going to make a difference back here, where we got tons of the lighter stuff. So this is not the blackest black. This is sort of the precursor that I use, because this had much better adhesion. It's not quite as good as the blackest black stuff, but it doesn't have to be, because that goes on top of this. And there we go. Now we're gonna have to do we'll do some stuff on that stern here. Let me first get this thing closed up. So again, this is not the black 3.0. I think this is from Golden, right? I think that might, yeah, it's from Golden. So it's, again, not the blackest black, but again, it does not have to be. Let me just get a paper towel here 1 second. Just trying to clean off the acrylics from that best as I can. Because here we got all kinds of crazy stuff going on. We're gonna just, there we are. Okay. Much better. Now this is a stretch pretzel. Some of this is brushstroke management, like what I was just doing up here. Okay, you might see there's a little bit of I could see some brushstrokes there. All I did was tap, tap, tap. I wasn't doing this. It was just straight up and down. Tap, tap, tap. That's all it takes. Now, over here with these, I'm also going to see if I can do something like this. Nah, I'm going to go this way with it. So we got some of the Van Dyke brown there. Nope. More of the Van Dyke brown. There we go. So that just kind of breaks that up a little bit. And we need to do a similar thing here. Get where that where the paint's kind of been worn away, right? Alright, that worked just fine. That never did get our little bit of light on the edge of the hole. Let me take some of our mid-tone here, I think. Might make this turn a little lighter here. That blending brush again. Let me snag that. Oof, okay. It's like, why is that all dry? I forgot I just used it to do the dry brushy stuff. So I'm just gonna gotta get all of the brush cleaner out of that, make it as dry as possible. Now let me get some of that off of my hand there. So I still got the big old blob on the stern. Not anymore. Now let's see if maybe I can go a little bit lighter maybe with her. Let me get some more of my fast matte white out here. I have another tube of this showing up. Just to have some in place, because we kind of do go through that. Alright, we got that down. Let's see, is this gonna work? Nah. maybe we can use this one. We're just going to get all of the rusty colors out of it. Like this. Break this down now. And because I don't think we have straight up white in any part of our water effects. Oof, okay, that's way too much stuff there. Let me get some more of that off of the brush. And that is definitely a little bit lighter, and that's going to go right here, right up on the stern. Right behind it there. So we got the screws churning things up here. Throw a little bit of that back there too. Okay. And now up here on the bow, I'm just going to see if I can get a little bit more of that up here. And some of it that maybe goes all the way to the edge of our base here. This wave, there's a sculpted wave here. We should really have that catch as much of that light as possible, like this. Also like that. Now, let me go back into this. For whatever reason, that does not. And we're just getting a little bit too much of the. Oh, there's some Terra Rosa that found its way on there. That's what's going on. Yeah, let me take my blending brush to that. And we just gonna wipe some of that away. And right up along the edge of the hole there. I'm gonna get rid of those two little guys that we threw in there. Yeah, it's another sculpted wave here along the side of the base, so we're gonna make sure our light goes all the way out to the side there. So this, I don't think that ever, oh, that's right, I think there was a raid just as we were about to do that one, the starboard side here of the bow crest. Yeah, okay, there we go. Our port side was okay. Here we hadn't really gotten that. Yeah, I think we got that now. Get some more of the sculpted waves. Now let me see what we got going on here for South Dakota. I guess we can still enhance that a little bit. Also here. Oh yeah, this. Let me move this back a little. Right along the side of the hull there. Here's another one that I think went. Oh yeah, that's right. Some of the glaze stuff worked its way down into the water. And I think we already, yeah, we did our latest stuff here on the stern on Lexington. Let's get this on South Dakota now. So next Monday, I again, that kind of depends on temperature and stuff and how that might affect printing. But I'm gonna see if I can't maybe start to get a few other fleets too, so we can start doing again some Italian ships, some Royal Navy ships, some IJN, some Kriegsmarine, and of course the Marina Nationale for sure. I want to paint Richelieu and John Bart. I don't think he has a Surcouf. Does he, Recoil? Hey, Roland, how you doing? So Roland, I was kind of hoping there's a few folks out there that are doing like the book publishing like that. There's no way I can do that myself. I guess right now they're kind of occupied doing other people's books, but I'm hoping that maybe they say, hey, maybe now we can do a book of Wapple. That would be really nice, wouldn't it? I know that Armored Wolf, he has done some fabulous stickers of the Book of Wapple. So yes, indeed, I think there's a couple of different sets, and we looked through for some of our all-time favorites, right? Some of the most crucial ones, and of course, I think this is yeah, the if things oh things must be messy before they can be neat. Recoil, I was just wondering if in the I don't know if he's got any submarines, but I was just wondering if he had if he had Surcouf for the French Navy. I kind of doubt it. I don't think he does. I don't think does the submarines. Now maybe he does, but that one just kind of popped into my head there. Again, I doubt if he's done that. Nope, Roland. We use acrylic paints here still, and you can use them with the oil paints, right? You could use them before the oils, and then let's say the oil paint's dry, you could use them after that. As long as they're dry, they're just paint. Ah, okay, so he does have some. So that's even better. Recoil. Oh, hey, Recoil. Imagine what we can do with the wave effects on some subs. Yeah, that'll be extra cool. So that's why he really does have. He's got quite the collection there, doesn't he? Hey there, Sleepy Slang. How you doing? Everybody, please give Sleepy Slang a follow. Slang, if you want to post some of your miniatures there, your Instagrams, in the chat, that'd be fabulous. Yes, you'll have to when Slang post that link in the chat. You'll have to check out all the amazing miniatures that Sleepy Slang has painted. So yes, indeed, of course. Well, Green Stuff World, they sent me their inks, and then I actually got some more of the some Liquitex ones, focusing mostly on the fluorescent and such. But yeah, if there's something that works easier for you, or if maybe part of it would be easier for you to do in acrylics, by all means do that. No sense in denying yourself the use of a tool that you kind of like. Stretch Pretzel, that kind of reminds me. Remember Bithron, when people would just have like a base with some muddy footprints in it, and they would say that was Frodo with the one ring. Back in the well, I think some folks still do that to represent Frodo with the one ring. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Sleepy Slang just posted. Sleepy Slang, great to see you again. I hope that you're doing very well. So yeah, Recoil, this is gonna be super fun. This is gonna be really, 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 really fun. I thought it would be. I was hoping it would be. And now I'm saying like, yeah, you know what? I think we're gonna have ourselves a wee bit of fun with this. So again, just trying to hit the get the regular water there. And we'll do the same for Lexington here. Like so. I know these days most people they'll just take obviously an STL file of a photo or whatever, and then they'll just print it out in clear resin because you can do that. I mean, I could do that too. Whatchamacallit, Soraya Simple. There is a clear version of it. I only ever used it actually very briefly in the early days of when I was first printing. Yeah, the clear plastic mini, of course. Now again, I mean, some folks they probably take some kind of like a semi translucent green or whatever. They print out Army of the Dead or something. Oh, geez, Night Whisperer, thanks for hanging out. Everybody, please give Night Whisperer a follow. Night Whisperer, if you wanted to share your Insta link one more time in the chat there before you head off to sleep. Ironically enough, Sleepy Slang, I got some clear bases. I've never used clear bases before, but to help out my brother with his model train set, I was printing out just some folks for him to stick on the train set. And since, well, obviously we don't necessarily want to limit that to an environment, I actually got the clear bases and stuck them on there. It was really wild to see painted miniatures on a clear base. So Celia, their Night Whisperer. So yeah, Sleepy Slang. And it's funny though because people would say, well, okay, if you have, say, Africa Corps and you're playing on a snowboard against Finns, it doesn't matter because you still have guys running around in shorts and the pith helmets, right, on a winter board against guys in skis. So it's still going to go kind of haywire. Like it was one of the tournament games we played. It was Winter Soviets versus my Monte Cassino Fallschirmjägers on a jungle board, like a dense jungle board. So yeah, that just we kind of had one or two chuckles about that. Needless to say, we might have had a chuckle or two over that. So again, this not an Iowa class. This is South Dakota class. And again, the big dead giveaway is here. Not so much towards the stern, but definitely in the bow because it is not the long, narrow lines of an Iowa class. It's very short, very squat. Eventually, we will be getting to those. I'll recall the other thing I was wondering. I'm pretty sure he must have a Shinano. If he's got, obviously, the Yamato class, I'm pretty sure he must have a Shinano as well. The only reason I bring it up is that Kathy's brother had gotten me a 1/700 Shinano kit, which ironically enough also had the planes. So yeah, Sleepy Slang. Well, you have to figure these were designed during the time of the Washington Naval Treaty. The well, some might say infamous 553. So yeah, this was kind of more like a treaty battleship, whereas the Iowa class were more like, well, whatever. Don't care about the treaty anymore. That's pretty much null and void. And also it obviously enhanced the speed as well. And you can even tell by the bow here, the shape of the bow, which is actually even more. It's almost like the battle cruiser bow there of the Lexington. So just again, a couple of those little giveaways. I mean, even from certain angles, even you can have literally an Arizona look like this because they redid the superstructure. They added the kind of generic 5-inch gun mounts along the side, so you can see things like West Virginia, Tennessee, California, Nevada. They almost look a little bit like some kind of bizarre Iowa class ship because the superstructure kind of resembles them. But if you know enough about them, you look at the hull, you say, nope, that's not Iowa right there. Ah, he does have the schnout. Well, that's fantastic recoil. Mostly, one of the reasons is because obviously they painted that green. It was painted green and brown because it only ever sailed once. So they were trying to camouflage that. Obviously, and kind of jungle foliage there. Now, of course, recoil, the big challenge would be to paint the turrets as a house, right? Because there was one point they actually painted like windows and doors and roofs on the turrets so that basically spies they would just think it was literally a house instead of a ship. Hey, Rathu, how you doing? Speaking of Norway there. Nice to see you there, Arathu. I was literally just talking about Norway there. So great to see you again, Arathu. So Arathu, I don't think you would want to be here now that it's in the mid 90s, which I think kind of puts it in the, if that's not 40 degrees Celsius, it's mighty close to it. So great to see you again there, Arathu. You know what? I gotta do some blendy brush thing on this here. Yeah, let's do something like that. I don't want too much of a sustained edge right there. We're gonna take some of that away. Let me get some of this up here on the plane launches. Never did get that. We got the Bofors on the port side, not on the starboard side. We'll try and get a little bit of light on the deck there. We're going to take our blending brush to this. Push that along. The one thing recoil was a bit surprising is that he's got the H-class ships, but he does not have the Graf Zeppelin for whatever reason. Now, maybe it's just something he hasn't gotten to yet, but yeah, there's no Graf Zeppelin there. I think the H-class. Now, I don't think he has a Montana class, right? Recoil, because speaking of unicorns, that is one of them. Oh yeah, I never did get the light up here. Let's do that. Actually, a bit recoil. If I can find the Instagram pics that I had managed to find, it was this crazy Japanese ship that was supposed to be about 500,000 tons, and it was gonna have something like 30 guns on it or whatever. Rathu, that is definitely my preference. Well, actually, I wouldn't mind it just being 35 degrees, 25, 35 degrees Fahrenheit all the time. No, I'm not. I was tempted to get a little bit lighter up on this here. Nope. Yeah, Rather, that would most certainly be much more fun than what we got going on here, that's for sure. Let me try and get some more light on the bow here. Closer to where the wave crest is. Some kind of blending brush. Maybe we'll just use that, and that works just fine. A little bit more of that light over here. Same thing with the blending brush here. Push that stuff around like you do. There we go. Now this here, I'm going to maybe take away a little bit of some of the rust there. Not all of it. No, that's too late. Let me go back to the mid-range there. And then we're going to try and see if we can't restore the star brush. Maybe we'll use this one here. Got some portholes we gotta recreate here. Van Dyke Brown should sort of do it. There we are. Yeah, Rathu, the electric bills are going to be sizzling around here, that's for sure. Because there's the conditioners going, there's the dehumidifiers going. It does seem like a lot of the insulation stuff that I did in the basement is having an effect on like the windows and stuff. Because the basement, I think that would have been about 80 some odd degrees down there by now. Let me get a little bit of my dark down here on that hull. Where the waves are hitting it here. Too much of the dark of it. Let's again take our blending brush to that. Oh, you know, I think I can add a little bit more of the light churn under here. I see there's a little bit of gap in there. Let's get that filled in a little bit more. There we go. Now that's fantastic, Stretch Pretzel. Pretzel, if also too, if you did want to share anything in the chat or something like that, some of your results there, so folks can see it. That'd be very cool for folks to almost see in real time what you're doing there. Let me go up here and separate the deck from the main hull a little bit. So Ratu, is everybody still kind of doing the Valheim thing, or have they already moved on from Valheim? I wasn't sure because I just haven't been able to obviously hang out in any of the Discord stuff. Now here we've got a lot of the rust on there. I'm going to try and get some a little, oh here, maybe some of the Mars Yellow Deep. See what that does. Then, well, okay, that's going to almost kind of give it a bit of a greenish tinge. But I think it should probably be a little lighter in there. Hey, Kaz, how you doing? Oh my gosh, he does have a Montana Rico. That's so funny that he has all of those, but not the. He doesn't have Graf Zeppelin. That is that in one of the fleet packs or is that an individual? Because again, some of them are just in the individual; they're not in the fleet packs. So thanks for being here, Kaz. Appreciate that. I hope that you're doing very well, and of course, happy Tuesday to you. Happy Tuesday. I hope that all is well. Oh yeah, actually, Banco has Yin Min Blue now. So that's right. We haven't seen Banco tonight, but yeah, Banco Buckus, as the owner of Yin Min Blue, all 5 milliliters of that tube. Get a little bit more of the light on the front of the stack there. So yeah, recoil. That it seems like there's a lot of those that are, they're not necessarily in one of the fleet packs. That's okay. I mean, it's not like they're super expensive, right? The ones that are individual ships. I'm going to see if I can't maybe throw a little bit more of the lighter stuff here on that stack. There we go. Okay. Sorry about that, Kaz. That is somewhat of an issue trying to get work done if that happens. Yeah, still never had a chance to play Valheim yet. I just remember seeing the different building materials, and they would always just kind of be floating around. And then having the guy, dig in trenches and all that was always weird to see the dirt fly around, and then of course dig in mines and stuff. And then I guess you have to, to repair your axe and your bow and all your other kind of stuff and your tools. Now, so Bithron, we're looking for specific classes of ships. So the Montana class, that's the one that obviously they never built, and that was going to be, it was going to make the Iowa class look small. I don't remember if it was going to have 18-inch guns on it, but I think it was maybe supposed to have 18s. Because I don't think it was just well, it was going to have 12 guns on it, I believe, right? It was going to have 4 triple turrets instead of just the 3 that your Iowas did. The one thing I don't remember is, was it going to have any larger caliber guns than 16 inches? So yeah, Kaz, definitely having the kind of the group like that is, it definitely makes it way more fun. Bithron, I don't think so. Probably not. Maybe might do that at some point. I mean, of course, we'll have to definitely have a Montana or an aircraft carrier, and definitely have to be called Wampleville, right, Bithron? I figured we would kind of do the historical ones first, and then we swing around to some more of our fun ones. And of course, oh yeah, I definitely have to get the Essex class so that we can do that fantastic Dazzle camo on it. So that's probably, again, I don't know if I'll be getting the fleet pack. But we definitely have to get the Essex class ships. There is a bit of a wave crest sculpted there, so I'm going to get a little bit of the light on that too. Hey, there's Bonko. See, first we summoned Urathu, now we just summoned Bonko. So Bonko Buckus, how you doing? So Bonko, yeah, was telling him that you have Yinmin Blue, so you'll have to tell us all what Yinmin Blue is like and if it's everything they say that it's supposed to be. So everybody please check and Bonko, if you want to share any links in the chat, there's some of your cosplay stuff, your instas, whatever. Please go ahead and do that. Bithron, I don't know if you had a chance to share some of the stuff you've been working on in the chat. I think maybe you did. I think there was actually a raid or something going on just when you came in. I think actually, was that when Zhang raided? Might have been the case. So again, we're just trying to get some of our lighter water effects there. Now we're going to maybe try and do some of the darker stuff here. So great to see you again there, Bunko. Let me see. I'm going to keep that darker there. I am going to try and get some of my lighter gray here on the side of the 5-inch turrets. Might go a little lighter. This is just a ice blue here. So it was going to be 12, 16 inches. Okay, I got the number of guns right. Essentially, it was just an even longer Iowa class. I guess the thing I'm wondering, recoil, is could that, did they just abandon the whole, this has got to get through the Panama Canal? And did they just say, okay, this thing just sits in the Pacific and just stays there? Let's see. Well, Bonko, there's actually Kathy had painted an orc team where their skin was blue. That was a Blood Bowl team. Let me see if I can't get a little something underneath the windows there, a little bit of light there. Oh yeah, now here's some of these portals here. That kind of organizes them, cleans them up a little bit. Let's do this one here. We'll try to get back to some of these that not necessarily going to pick up too much light there because it is in shadow after all. So there's Bonko's Insta. So yeah, recoil this again. I wish I could remember what the name of it is, but what's funny is they have kind of the old-fashioned line drawing of it, and then someone actually did execute like a 3D sort of modeling of it and put it and see it. It looks absolutely insane. It was supposed to be something like 2,000 feet long. Basically, it was like 2 or 3 Iowa class together. No, sorry, Montana class together. That's how gigantic that was supposed to be. Except it was kind of that World War I dreadnought architecture. So yeah, they were cranking out those Essex class carriers. I know he has a whole bunch of escort carriers. Looks like he has tons of those. I think he had some LSTs. try and get me a little bit more light on the side of the turrets here, especially this one. There we go. So again, that's looking a little bit less. Doesn't look quite so time-worn anymore, does it? So everybody please check out the Instagram there. Banco Bunkus. Actually, Bunkus, how has the 3D printing been going? I know you wanted to make some cosplay elements for yourself. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Bitron just shared. Yeah, Bithron, I'm trying to think, well, like some of the Ludas, right? That's what they would kind of, they were vehicles that they looted and they just kind of orcified them. Is there one of the... Okay, yeah, there is one over on this side, alright. Working on these teensy little 50 cal gun mounts here. Yeah, Arasu, and of course, well, it would have to be a carrier, and then you would have to paint a Hello Kitty on it, right, Arasu? Because that was always the signature thing, was to have the Hello Kitty, had the Hello Kitty on there. I do believe even on the on the whatchamacallit, that Suzerain of Desire, when I was trying to get that thing put together and finished off, I did see a Hello Kitty on there. I think the Nurgle stuff always ended up with a Hello Kitty. And then, of course, a pair of Giro eyes or something like that. Okay, we got a little bit of light along the gunnel there. What about this? That's supposed to be... Oh, we're trying to have that be the darker Dazzle camo stuff. I don't know, I'm going to maybe just hit all of the range finders here on the 5-inch turrets. Nah, that might be too light. Let me take this here. Let's see. That would be fantastic. That'd be fantastic, Blanco. I was hoping that at some point 3D scanners would be a little bit more, shall we say, commercially available. Because I would really like to be able to sculpt something, then 3D scan it, and then either manipulate it some more, or at least just be able to print more of it instead of, you know, kind of sculpting it once and, well, then that's it. I think that's the one. Oh yeah, that was that Carl the Office Cthulhu or something like that, Arathu? I seem to remember that. Let me push this here. All the way over onto that lighter stuff there. Oh yeah, that's right, it was Carl from accounting. I think there was actually a second one. I don't quite remember, but I could swear there was actually like a second one or something. Now that's got a bit more of the indigo in it. Let me see what we can do here. Almost again trying to change the deck color away from the. I was gonna initially make it well like our Arizona here, but survey said it was supposed to be very different. So yeah, that's we were gonna do something a little bit different than the deck that we had there. Yeah, there was Larry the Fishman, but I could swear. Oh, that's right. It was another Cthulhu. That one was like a plastic one. This one I think was either that, maybe. Oh, maybe it was just the big Papa Nurgle. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. But I do remember that. Well, that was the bust, right? Larry the Fishman. All right there. Now, what's funny? I was telling some folks about the wanting to do gingerbread and all that kind of stuff, and it was actually suggested that maybe just use hot glue since it's probably not going to get eaten anyway. Instead of fooling around with royal icing, just literally use hot glue to glue all the pieces together. Darken that down. Now, instead of having cut in half, yeah, we'll just darken that down to our blue there, our bluish gray. Let me see. Boy, recoil. That has to be something pretty amazing. Yeah, I'll certainly want to see that. I think that'll be a blast to see. Wow, I can only imagine what kind of amazing results that thing churns out. Oh yeah, that's right. Now, does V still does her piano streams on Mondays and Fridays, right, Rathu? Unfortunately, when she does those, that's only a matter of maybe in a few hours after I've tried to get some sleep. All right, we'll see you later there, Kaz. Again, sorry about all the crazy difficulties there, but hopefully that all gets fixed up and you can just get the work done and get on back home and such. That sounds like a Drax to me. Hey there, Drax. How you doing? Everybody, please give Drax a follow. So, Drax, hopefully the stream was a blast. So we're doing some more of the 1/1800 scale ships here. I'm actually going to zoom out so it's a little bit easier for you to see them. Like so. So this is South Dakota, and that is Lexington. So kind of some early slash mid-war ships right here, and that they're from the same sculptor that did. Well, speaking of early war ships, well here you go. There's Enterprise and Arizona. Now all of the water here is actually sculpted on. So yes, we painted it, but the water itself is actually sculpted. Hey there, Revlis, nice to see you there. So again, we have Enterprise, Arizona here. And here we've got South Dakota in Dazzle, of course, and Lexington. So again, you can really see that battle cruiser hull there with the long, narrow, and of course the giant stack, typical of the Saratoga slash Lexington class. So nice to see you there, Revlis. I hope that you're doing very well. Yeah, Drax, if there is anything that you wanted to share in the chat or something like that, as always, please go ahead and do that if you want. And let folks know what you're working on stream. hopefully, now it's about mid 90s here. I don't know what kind of temperatures you got going on there, Drax. I know you were asking me last week if things were getting toasty here, and they were not. They were in the 60s. Now it is in the 90s. Let me get a little smidge of my light right along the edge of that turret there. Yeah, that might be a little too light there, maybe. That might be just too light along the side of that hull. Where's that blending brush? There you are. Push this around. So in addition to our ships there, we've also been trying to conclude the rest of our Candish army. So we did some more infantry. These are the old metal GW figs. So these are, I don't know, they're not 2003, they're at least 2005. So yeah, some old metal GW figs will be getting their flock and foliage on them now too. So see you later there, Arastu. As always, thanks for being here. Have yourself a good one. Let me get some more of my lighter bluish gray on the deck here. So everybody please check out that Discord link that Drax just shared. There we go. So again, these are 3D printed. 1/1800 scale. So they're pretty tiny. That's for sure. Let me see if I can't. Yeah, we need to reorganize this a little bit more here. And then try to actually make that a bit darker. Let me go back to our fabulous indigo here. See what that's going to do. Especially on a couple of these things. So again, we're trying to match that. But now here on the superstructure, here on the aft conning tower, forward here. Now I'm getting the sense that that's actually part of the Dazzle camo there. Put some of that on here, and then some of these turrets also need the same deal. So Drax, I hope that everything is going great there. No crazy wildfire stuff or anything. Bitron, I don't think... Oh, that's right. I wanted to... I had the Warlord Stewart platoon box with the 3 things, and you could actually make the Honey Stewart out of it. I never got a chance to do that. Yeah, I never got a chance to make the Honey Stewart. And I think, did that one have... That wasn't the one with the 12,000 machine guns on it. I think that was still the... That was still the U.S. Stewart, I think. Or was that the Honey Stewart that had all of the machine guns on it? No, I think it just had the... It just had the Desert Dust fenders on it, I think. It's been a while now since I last actually saw the Honey Stewart kit. Let me see if I... nope, I'm not. I was tempted to try and do some of the lighter stuff there. We'll just let that go. Do I need to do anything lighter back here on the churn back here? I don't think so. So it does make it move a little bit faster. It's like red. It makes it go faster. Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna try and get some of the dark up there too. Also over there. And then also too again here, maybe on the lower part of the superstructure. Now I'm gonna try and get some of the lighter stuff over here if I can. Maybe more of the not radiant, radiant indigo. Touch more maybe. Let's see what happens. Okay, so then actually now there's a bit of a difference there. I don't want to lose the little bit of weathering that I got there. You know what? Much like we did with the stack on the Lexington, let me do that because that makes a whole lot more sense. Yeah. Okay, that's better. No, that makes way more sense there. Now I can see how that would certainly be really fast. Actually, Bithron, there was one tank battle that I wanted to replicate. It was a bunch of Honey Stewarts versus a bunch of Renaults. So that kind of light French tank versus the Stewarts there. I always wanted to replicate that. That was basically a Morocco, so your North Africa. Was it your Operation Torch landings there? Actually, now, Drax, are you planning some other streams for later this week? I know that days are a little bit different. That when you're doing your streaming. Yeah, I'm gonna try and lighten this up a little more up here on the bow, I think. And that's mixing, Steve. That is still definitely wet. Yeah, Drake. Now, do you guys have the supermassive heat like we've got going on here, or is it just kind of standard too hot? Because there's kind of a, there's the extreme too hot, and then there's the kind of, well, every so often too hot. Now, let me see, what are we looking at here? So we're looking at 76.3, but that's weird, because even the basement is with no air conditioning. Well, at least when I checked during the middle of the day, it was at 76 down there. But there's been quite the campaign of trying to do what I can to insulate windows and such. Mostly through like those insulating blinds. That is really weird, Drax. Holy smokes. Hey, Trouble, how you doing? So Blanco, these are the Princeton Velvet Touch brushes, and of course there's the short liner, which does not refer to the bristles, that refers to the handle. Because if you don't get the short liner brush, you're going to have a handle that's about the size of a telephone pole. And then of course the filbert. So these are the two Princetons there, the filbert and the short liner. So nice to see you again, Trouble. I hope that you're doing very well. You get, yeah, a little bit more of the lighter stuff on that turret. Again, not trying to take away all of the rust effects here, but we're just starting to just tone those down a little bit so that they're not super, super pronounced. Where's that blending brush? So yeah, it's basically been 95 here the last 2 days. So I must be doing something right because it would have been much toastier in the basement there. We'll see what it's reading when we're done with the stream here. Now keep in mind that 4 hours and 45 minutes ago these had no paint on them whatsoever. Absolutely no dazzle camo, no markings, no water, no rust, no nothing. Hey there, M-Toys, how you doing? Thanks for sharing the post there, M-Toys. And of course, speaking of sharing posts, M-Toys, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go on ahead, do that. Now, I might be streaming on Wednesday. It depends. If I am home on Wednesday, I will be streaming because that will be our birthday stream. So yeah, that's and we've got a whole bunch of these Kurz look. Whatchamacallit's all set now and ready to go. That is not the brush I think. Is this the one we're looking for? No, that one's kind of beat up there. Maybe this is the one. Let me see what we get here when we do this. No, that one, there it is. I think I just found it. So great to see you there, M-Tellies. M-Tellies, if there's anything you wanted to share in the chat, please go ahead, do that. Gonna get me a little bit more of my light on that too. Let me look at my water effects on this one. I might try to fish in a little bit more of our green there. Let me see if we can do that. Might just use this. So we'll take some of our phthalo green, actually maybe a little bit of this here. That's some of our radiant green. So it's not so much about necessarily making it lighter, it's just about getting a little bit of this green in there. And not everywhere, just in a few spots, but yeah, like here, also there. So M-Toys, I hope that everything is going fantastic. And if there's any special events you might be doing at the Game Castle in Santa Clara this weekend coming up, let folks know. But yeah, if I'm not, again, originally I thought I was going to be somewhere else on Wednesday into Thursday actually, but if that's not the case,
hello, little hobbit, spark my gun.
Then we might just be able to do our birthday stream after all. So thank you so much. We have ourselves a new little hobbit. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that, King Deadpool. You know what? I've been railing against all these tiny ships here, but I gotta tell you, I like this idea of a surfboard. This one's even bigger than the other one. Never thought I'd say that about these tiny ships. So Gandalf seeing these as a surfboard. Now he did not mention Shireweed. He's gone. He's gone. The Gandalf. What? Oh, okay. There's another 4. So he didn't mention the Shireweed this time. He's all good. I'm glad you're able to get some hobbying in there, M-Tellies. So we're gonna get working some more of this kind of sea foam green. Especially where, again, like see up there, see a little bit more of the seafoam here, same deal. A little bit more of that seafoam color, not super light, it's more just to change the color of it. A little bit of that back here too. It's also, we're doing a little bit of smoothing some things here too. Actually, let me zoom back out again so that we can see a little bit more of our water there. Oh, they're doing some cute team stuff. I know that Landress has been printing you out some terrain, and that was looking really nifty. Do that, and again, thanks for sharing the latest Insta post. That the Instagram post showed a little tiny sampling of the done lendings. Actually, this guy didn't make. Oh, he didn't make it into the post there because he's still stuck on this thing. So thanks for doing that clip there, Bithron. Appreciate that. Let me get a little bit more of my. So that's that kind of sea foam green. I might try to maybe go a little bit more with the radiant green into that. Yeah, that's starting to get me a little bit more of that, bit more of a greenish vibe here. There. Get some of that back here by the stern, where again, more of the churn from the props back here. Okay, so well, that I hope that's. I'm sure that'll be a lot of fun there. MTO is. I guess now is there going to be a hobby night at Shea Landras this Friday/Saturday? So yeah, I saw. Of course, yeah, I saw that, and I was. That was looking really nifty. That Tomb King's themed terrain. Once again, just trying to now soften some of the edges on these. Now again, with a little bit of shiny there, that's kind of your Prussian blue and phthalo green. If that doesn't kind of dissipate on its own, all we have to do is take our Army Painter anti-shine here and we do a very light brushing over the top. As in very, very light, not too much of this. Ah, that's good. So yeah, again, we might just be streaming again. This one, again, it depends. If I am here, then we'll be doing the streaming. We'll be doing our brand new color scheme. Yes, for Cardolan. And if you remember, that's where we're going to start incorporating the Indianthrin blue. So Arthidane was Perling, Crimson, and Black. Cardolan, and they had gold armor. Cardolan is going to have not gold armor, and it's going to have the Indianthrin blue and then also the black. And then I don't know if the Kurzlook June release is actually, if I have those files yet or not, but that is going to have lots of crazy things. Actually, some almost like skeletal slash zombie guys in there, just to kind of show again it's Rudar, which has kind of fallen into extreme disrepair, and that's going to be basically black armor and also some white accents. Because remember, black was kind of the one link between all three of the factions as far as the color schemes go. Again, taking some of that, taking the edge off a little bit of some of the white there. Now we did. I'm gonna go back to this again with our sort of indigo color here. I think we're pretty good on most of that. I think this maybe needs a little more cleanup. Up here. Yeah, that too. And now maybe we need just more of the whole color down there, but also maybe a little bit of shadow. Okay, yeah. Maybe the same deal over here. And maybe take away a little bit of the rust and stuff over here. Let me zoom in again here. Yeah. Back to that kind of down the middle bluish gray here. I'm gonna maybe, yeah, you're not gonna darken down the mask there a little bit. Because reasons. Back there on the stern again, I'm just gonna try and patchwork that together. Not gonna try and do the later portals there because, well, in shadow. So yeah, I hope that you get a chance to do some hobby stuff at Shea Landgrass this weekend. Oh, that's right. That's the other reason I was kind of thinking, well, if I can do my Wednesday stream, I think I won't be able to do my Saturday stream because, well, there's a graduation thing I'm supposed to go to. So I think well, it would be weird, a preemptive substitute Saturday. Our lighter gray on this side. So Armada Mondays have returned. They're back. Again, a slightly different format, as in the historical format here, but I think it's going to be really fun. Because there's lots and lots and lots of ships that I can do. Let me, oh yeah, there is, get some, the lighter gray on the face of that, also here. So get working some of the lighter stuff here on these 5-inch gun mounts. Now, I guess I could cut those off of there if we wanted to do the even earlier version of Saratoga / Lexington, where they had the 8-inch guns on there. Mom is still here. So, Mom, it's gotta, geez, it's 3:05 here. It's gotta be supper time there. So, thanks for being here, Mom. Really appreciate that. And, of course, recoil as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, that was really fabulous terrain. That was really nifty looking stuff. So, Drake, I hope that you're doing very well. Thank you so much for being here. Whoops, wrong way. I'm going to go over here. Draco, hopefully all the painting goes well too. So again, Mom, I appreciate you being here, and of course, thank you so much for the contribution. It is definitely always appreciated. Oh my goodness, we never did anything up there. Holy smokes. That's what's looking so weird up here. I mean, it doesn't have to be super light, but it can't just be only that dark. You know what, as I'm looking at this, I think I might actually try and do something like this. Let me see what that does. Yeah, that kind of makes maybe a bit more sense there. Did have to be pretty wild being up on top of that stack. That's got to be upwards of at least 215 feet up off the water's surface there. Oh, recoil again. I've got to remember to get some taters there so that I can use my fabulous tater slicer and have some wedgies there. That'll be the good kind of wedgie. So recoil, ooh, that is making me hungry right there. That's for sure. I'm gonna chug a little bit more of the lighter stuff here. Where's that blending brush? Nah, that'd be too large. I'll go maybe with this one here. Something like that. Well, Draco, I'm glad it doesn't have to be a lot. Sometimes just one. And I mean, that's kind of where it starts, right? You just start with one, and then eventually maybe there's more and more. I guess the thing that always matters the most is the enjoyment of it too. And you don't want it to be too much like you're kind of scrambling around, right? Trying to keep up. Now, yeah, Bithron, that was, I did that right away. So I did that weeks ago. The one thing, now I don't know if it's just a case of sweet potatoes being this way, but boy oh boy, I found out that you can only make those about 2 inches long or so. Because I tried using this thing and I had to really use a tremendous amount of force on it. And yeah, if I tried making those any longer, I would have had to take a hammer to it. I don't think this is quite strong enough for something like that. Recoil, I did see those too. Actually, I think they're like chaos ships, right? Recoil, or are they more imperial type ship, or maybe one, maybe each? But I did see the Battlefleet Gothic ships. I actually have been printing out these Necron ships that I'll be, well, possibly painting on stream too, but also I'll be doing tutorial vids on them on the Patreon page. So yeah, I actually am right now printing out a whole bunch of Necron chips. Yeah, Bithron, we'll see how the diagonal slicer goes, because here I was trying to make like your typical French fry shape, right? The long, narrow ones. I'm thinking the wedges probably, I don't know, Rico, probably easier to slice those, right? Because it's just a broader shape, and you're not trying to just chop off this little tiny bit of it. But I could see them being harder and denser than regular potatoes, Bithron. Because sweet potatoes, I mean, they have much more fibrous nature to them, and they tend to be just denser, more liquid, I think, in them too. I mean, I kind of really like them, but I think I'll just get regular ones at the store tomorrow. Again, it all kind of depends. I wasn't going to the store and getting a bunch of food because I thought I was going to be going at least Wednesday, possibly Wednesday into Thursday, but maybe that's not going to be the case. Oh, I actually recoil. I did get some other. Well, they're sort of like Battlefield Gothic ships, but nothing like any fleet that you would see. They're just of that scale. And again, I got them for the painting small scale stuff, which again, I'm going to have to do one of these as a painting small scale video, including doing the water effects. So that's probably the next video, ironically enough, that I will film. And I might just get some of the specialty ones, maybe even an Essex class. Or no, I'll get the one that has the Montana. Or no, that's an individual one. That's right. I wonder if the H class is also in one of the kind of like the individual buy, or if you can get it in the fleet pack. Maybe I will slightly lighten that up a little bit more here. A little bit more there. Yeah, we got the spotlights up there. Or the signal lights, sorry. Yeah, so this thing, significantly less of the weathering, right, than there was when when we were looking at this a few hours ago. See if I can't get a little bit more light on the side of the deck right there. Yeah, recoil. There's just so many different varieties, right, and so many different, I don't know, like, would you say purposes, or kind of tasks that you might want to do with them. And boy, recoil, it's constantly changing, isn't it? It never just stays the same. There's new printers all the time. Let me do a little bit more of my light on there. Also back here. Okay, right there. Yeah, very fabulous. Now I think I might maybe we'll head over to either not Magical Hack. I think Mika is where we might head, because well, now we've been doing this over 5 hours and it's 3:14 a.m. and speaking of chow, we need some chow here too. But let me zoom out so we can actually see these things. There we go. Look at that. So there is your South Dakota class and your Lexington, aka Saratoga class. And we haven't looked at them this way. There you go. So thanks Bitron again for doing that, and of course thanks to everybody for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers, also the raids, because we had some of those for sure. So we really appreciate that. And Armada Mondays are back, so we will be seeing, well, more of these teensy tiny ships here popping up on our Monday stream. So MTO is great to see you again, of course. Thanks for joining me here. I want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. Here, let me see this little comparison here to our Arizona there. So that's really fun to see those two in comparison to each other. So thanks again, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that, and thanks Rico for being here, and thanks to Mom as well. So we'll head on over to Mika there. Yeah, this is really gonna be fun doing more of these. So thanks Rico, appreciate that, and yeah, looking forward to many more of these, huh? Definitely. So let me see. Oh, we didn't actually start the raid countdown. There we go. That's better. There's wow, there's gonna be a lot of fun ships that we'll be able to paint here with lots of fun camo patterns. So thanks again, everybody, and hopefully see you maybe on Wednesday.